That's on.
Good morning, everyone. I will get elected members to start to take their seats and we'll start in 1 minute. Morena everybody, tēnā koutou katoa, no mai haere mai ki te kaunihera o Rotorua. It is a pleasure to be back up and running for our Operations and Monitoring meeting today on the 4th of June. I would like to first of all ask Councillor Fisher Wang to open up our meeting with the karakia.
E te atua kaharawa, ko koe te tuhu rangatira, te tuhu mātauranga. Manaki kia mai mātou, waiponanga I tēnei wā. E mahi, nei ia mātou mahi, mō te painga o ngā tangata o te kaunihera o ngā roto o Rotorua. Tako mai kia tau te rangimarie, ki runga ia mātou I ngā wakatoa. Ko ihu, karaiti, Hoki tō mātou areiki. Āmene.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koe Fisher. Thank you very much for our karakia to open us up today. So I'd just like to remind members that this meeting today is being live streamed. So I welcome anyone who's tuning on online and also to our members of the public in the gallery. Thank you so much for joining us today. And of course our media as well. So welcome everybody to our meeting. Just a reminder, if people could please have your mobile phones turned off or on silent and let me know if you're expecting any urgent calls. So our first item up on the agenda today is for apologies. I call for apologies. Do we have any today? There appear to be none. So I ask for a mover. Oh, we don't need to move it. Okay, we'll move straight to declarations of interest. Does anyone need to declare any interest of any items on the agenda today? There appear to be none, so we move straight to urgent items on the agenda. Would anyone like to bring up an urgent item today? There appear to be none. So we move to confirmation of council minutes. Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting minutes held on the 5th of March 2020 on page 6. I ask for a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting minutes 5th of March 2020 be confirmed as true and correct record. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Yates, seconded by Councillor Bentley. I put that motion to the vote. All those in favour please say aye. Carried. Appear to be no comments. So we now move to a public petition that we've received. I'd like to invite Susan Drury to please come up to the table. And I'll just explain to elected members, there will be 5 minutes for Susan to present to her petition. You've all received it and I'm sure you've all read through it quite thoroughly. And after those 5 minutes, we also allow for 5 minutes of question time. Now, this could go quite quickly, so I just ask that elected members keep their questions quite brief and succinct, and any comments could come at some later stage. But at this time, I'd like to invite you, Susan, and thank you so much for bringing this petition to the Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting today. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Tanya. Good morning, everybody. Well, this is quite impressive. So many people. Thank you for inviting me along today to speak about the online petition to make parking free in the CBD. I launched the petition early in May, And since then, the petition has received 2,661 signatures and hundreds of comments. You've been given copies of those, I hope. All of the comments say the same sort of thing, that the current system is unfair to local businesses and it's unworkable due to inherent flaws, to the extent that it's actually putting people off coming to the CBD. And for example, I notice in some of the comments, I avoid town as the parking system is a pain in the arse. I think that puts it quite succinctly. I am the store manager of Max Rotorua. I can confidently say my sales are highly impacted with the 1 hour free parking. Free parking would mean more foot traffic for my store and securing jobs and the future of the store. Paid parking is killing the town. I will only park at the supermarket or the mall. I believe it will get people into the CBD. I think the parking meters in the CBD are a nightmare and it puts people off shopping there. And as I say, there's hundreds there for you to look through. In the wake of COVID-19, the New Zealand government has pledged millions of dollars to help small and medium-sized businesses to survive. They have done this because they recognise the economic impact of COVID-19 and how essential the survival of small and medium-sized businesses are to the recovery of the New Zealand economy as a whole. Parking in the CBD has been problematic since the introduction of the current metering system managed by iPark. People are confused and frustrated, the machines don't work properly, and it creates a very unwelcoming atmosphere in the CBD, seeing pairs of iPark wardens striding around in their paramilitary-style uniforms. As a local business owner, I have 1 or 2 people coming in daily to complain about the parking, to ask about how to use the meters, whether they have to pay, etc. My customers come in feeling annoyed and frustrated about the parking. That's not how I want my customers to feel when they come into my shop. We have put a lot of effort into making our gallery warm and welcoming, whilst the parking system seems to do the complete opposite. Please do read through those comments. If you shop at the mall or Kmart or Bunnings, you have none of these problems. Post-COVID-19, the unfairness of the current system has become starkly obvious to all. You only have to look at the number of signatures and types of comments on the petition in quite a short space of time. By charging for CBD parking, our elected council is creating a barrier to economic recovery in the CBD and thereby putting jobs and livelihoods at risk. I didn't start this petition for any political reason. My reasons are personal. Due to the impact of COVID-19, I'm afraid for my business and my livelihood and for my staff. My partner and I have worked hard over the last 3 years to build our business. We've put our hearts and souls into it. I am worried about the survival of the CBD financially and as a social experience for our local community. The CBD was struggling before. How much worse is it now? I was driven by a real sense of injustice, that people are actively being penalised for wanting to support local businesses like mine, when we now need that support the most. I'm not suggesting that unlimited free all-day parking is the solution, but as an example, free, effectively managed 2-hour parking throughout the CBD would be just the sort of boost we need to help get the local economy moving now and to keep it moving in the future. Now is your chance to make this change. Build back better. Build back a better and fairer parking system that's fit for purpose and which will encourage people to shop and eat and spend time in the CBD. Let's make it fair, make it right, and make it work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. I now open up the floor for any questions that elected members may have. Yes, Your Worship.
Welcome, Susan, and that you've got there at Portico. So people need to support that business and others locally. There was a bit of I'm a little bit confused. We call it the pledge or the prayer for your petition asked for free parking. But then in your explanation you went on to say you want effectively managed 2-hour parking. How do we do that? Who does that, in your view?
I don't think it's up to me to find solutions for the council to operate this. I'm just making suggestions. I think that you can't have free, unlimited all-day parking in the CBD because people will just park there all day. But what we need is parking more than an hour for shoppers to be able to come in, to not have to pay to park, to know that they can leave their car for 2 hours, not have to worry about it, and then go away feeling content that they've had a good shopping experience.
And was there a reason for the 2 hours?
That was just my suggestion. As I say, it's not up to me to give you solutions, but that was just something that came to me.
Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Susan. And you answered my question, which was going to be, did you want, as your petition indicated, unfettered free parking in the CBD? You've said that's not the case. Are you aware that we conducted a trial of 2-hour free parking in the CBD as part of the formation of the existing parking policy?
No, that was probably before I moved to Rotorua, yes.
Councillor Rakawa-Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mrs. Jury. Thank you for taking the time to, undertake a petition. I presume you are aware that buying habits have changed. Buying habits, a lot of people do buy online now. Many people don't particularly come into any CBD. We see it all around New Zealand and overseas. The nature of shopping now, foot traffic, is changing. And so that is perhaps what you're asking for is one thing that has to be done in terms of the whole revitalisation of the CBD. It can't just be free parking or indeed parking just for a period of time. It has to be looked at in total, surely.
I think that, I understand what you're saying, but I've talked to the chair of Retail NZ, and he said that online shopping increases, but also people want the social experience of being able to go shopping. They enjoy that experience, and online shopping doesn't provide that. And I think that if you look in the comments, people are saying that they do shop online because they can't be bothered to come into town because of the problems with the parking. So if we take away that as the first barrier, level the playing field with Kmart, Bunnings, all these other big stores, then at least that will encourage people to come into the CBD because they know they can easily come in, park for free, and not have to worry about using these meters, which are so unworkable at the moment.
A very quick question.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes. The comments that have been coming your way from people who come into your shop, have they increased since the new what would you call it, meters under iPark?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. We move to Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Susan, for your presentation this morning, and I can only agree with your sentiments entirely. The area that you're suggesting that we have free parking, do you have a limit to that? Is it Fenta to Rannoch or just encompassing the whole of the CBD?
I think it's about making the CBD accessible to all. So it's about making free parking within a reasonable distance of Tutanakai. So along those satellite roads, I think that would be the obvious solution for me, but as I say, I'm no expert in sorting this out, but yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Susan. Much appreciate the work that you did on this petition. It happens to coincide with the flood of comments that have come to me from a totally different through a totally different route. And I can only endorse the bulk of the comments that people have made. And there is some confusion from moment to moment, and some of the feedback that I've been getting. I wanted to know if there was anybody who, people that supported free parking, but at the same time, they did not comment, as far as I can gather from the feedback, they did not comment on time limits. They left that essentially to council to sort out. So your petition only reaches as far as free parking. That's correct?
That was the title of the petition, yes, make parking free. As I say, I don't feel that I've got the knowledge and the background to be able to decide how that's implemented. So I just put in the petition that I wanted to make parking free so that people could come in and not have to pay for a reasonable amount of time so that they can do their shopping and not have to worry about it.
Yes.
And I think the comments, what really struck me about the comments is that people are really angry about it. You know, people are really, really upset about the current parking system. And these are your citizens, your community, and they're really not happy. So I think something needs to be done about it.
Thank you, Susan. That confirms my sentiments entirely. Thank you.
And last question from Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's good to see a lot of rain this week. Go out to the farmers, you know, especially around Hawke's Bay, and to the people of Auckland as well, you know. They probably need 15 days of straight like that, rain like that. Thank you very much, Susan, and good morning to you. Thank you very much for your petition. Having read a lot of people's emotions and sentiments there, I think a lot of it was emotions from what I've gathered, and frustrations, but sitting, trying to be reading it from an impartial point of view, without making judgment on sentiments. One thing I did gather, and you've mentioned it this morning, is that the parking system is flawed. That the parking system you mentioned from somebody is a nightmare. So what I'm trying to say...
Councillor Kumar, sorry, what is your question?
I'm getting to my question.
Well, very quickly, please, because we're out of time.
Okay. So my question is, right, if we do provide free parking as a council, we can see that it's going to impact on revenue on council. But how does $4 saved to provide a great shopping experience? People are going to shop in satellite areas, which is the malls, suburban areas, as not for a full shopping. It's there some box shopping, but it's not the full experience. So they still need to come to the city. The city shopping is a great experience, but how does $4 saved for? I think that's a...
Councillor Kumar, I think you're making your point, but I don't think, as Susan has mentioned before, it's she's not an expert in this. What she's doing is bringing forward a petition of the people. So that concludes our time for the petition. And Susan, I want to thank you very much for being a voice for the others in Rotorua. There have been concerns around the community, and I want to thank you for bringing this petition and taking the initiative as a business owner, and I want to acknowledge the challenges that you and many other business owners in Rotorua are facing right now. So thank you for bringing a potential solution to council. We accept your petition and we will take it into further consideration. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you all. Thanks.
All right, so we shall move to the notice of motion, which is on page 12 of your agendas. Now, this notice of motion has been brought up from the extraordinary council meeting that was held on the 19th of May 2020, in which council adopted the following procedural motion, and I'll read it out to you. That the discussion on the motion that Rotorua Lakes Council make parking free in the CBD to support local businesses be adjourned to the Operations and Monitoring Committee to be held on 4th of June 2020, commencing at 9:30. I'd now like to invite Jocelyn Mikaire and Kurt Williams to speak to a presentation that the staff have prepared in response to this notice of motion. Thank you very much, and welcome Jocelyn and Kurt, and I understand that you have a presentation for us today, so I'd like to leave lots of time for elected members to speak, so perhaps 15-20 minutes to go through your presentation, and if our elected members could just hold on to your questions until the presentation is concluded. The floor is yours.
Tēnā tātou e hui mai nei, e rere ana ngā tai omihi kia koutou katoa I tēnei ata. I'm really pleased to be able to come today and provide firstly an update on the progress made since the February O&M meeting, and also to provide some information to councillors as you consider the motion in front of you today. So my presentation will include a progress update of the improvements since the February O&M, a brief update of the history of parking in Rotorua, some information around our parking system and policies, our most recent information in terms of parking use, some comments around user pays parking and what that looks like, unmanaged versus managed parking, and finally a recommendation for you all to consider as you think through the motion that's in front of you today. Following on from the update in February this year, we've been working with iPark over the past year to continuously improve parking management in our city. To this end, since February, we've, and this was reported in February is going to occur, we've updated our meter screens for enhanced usability. So in line with continuous improvement approach that we're taking to parking, and following feedback from the public about the meter screens, we've worked with iPark to enhance the screens to make them more intuitive and easier to use. These improvements were finalised and rolled out as we moved into COVID Alert Level 2. We also spoke about a parking app which has been launched as we moved into COVID Level 2 as well. That app enables users to pay for parking without having to use the yellow meter machines, and it's convenient and easy to use, and feedback goes directly to the developer of the app so that they are able to continuously improve the usage of the app as well. There is an increased number of people who are downloading and using the app, which is really pleasing from our point of view. And in the 15 days that the app has been live and working, there have been 723 transactions across 242 unique vehicles. And this shows that people are downloading and using the app repeatedly. This is an average of 48 transactions per day, and we expect this to grow as people return to work and we progress towards COVID Alert Level 1. We also signalled the introduction of the pink zones. So following feedback that all-day parking was too expensive, the cost of all-day parking has been reduced to 50 cents per hour in most of our all-day parking areas. While the majority of our all-day parking is free, there will be still paid parks along Henemaru, Pukuatua, Haupapa, Eruera Street that were charging $1 for all-day parking. This has now been adjusted so that almost all of our all-day parking is now within the pink zone at 50 cents per hour. We'll ensure that the few areas left are reviewed over the next few months. When the changes came in late last month, there were statements made that this parking was to suit council staff. This is absolutely not correct. This change was signalled at the February O&M meeting, and we were simply responding to feedback that the cost of all-day parking needed to be reduced. This has now occurred, and the final few parks will be reviewed as we work through the parking system. Last week, I gave an update around our Pukuatua Street parking building, and the updates there have been outlined to council, which include licence plate reading for ticketless entry and exit. We've got new permit options in place, which will replace leases, concessions and proximity cards. We've modernised and reviewed the floor layout so that permit holders will be located on the bottom floor and casual parkers will move towards the top. And we're planning from June this year to improve the lighting in there and CCTV cameras for better security, along with a fresh coat of paint. The next slide talks to, I wanted to give a brief overview of parking because public parking in the inner city has evolved through various phases over the past 10 years. Prior to 2010, inner city parking was managed using price controls with a maximum stay of 2 hours. Council parking policy was reviewed in 2010 and a price managed demand methodology was introduced. So under this policy, price was the only control and time limits were removed. Target occupancy rates were established between 70 and 90% to ensure car parking supply was available. The prices moved up and down to achieve that target occupancy rate, and they were set at a level to ensure that our users were always able to find parking. The policy was aligned to changes in the district plan, which removed the requirement for developers to provide on-site parking as part of their development. Following the 2013-14 annual plan, the decision was made to include time-limited free parking in the CBD as part of a suite of initiatives related to council doing what it could to contribute to improving the CBD and provide more vibrancy and activity in the heart of the CBD with a particular focus on increasing foot traffic. In 2013, a new set of parking regulations that were 120 minutes free parking were introduced, and which was in response to concerns by the business sector about falling pedestrian numbers and a trend of closure of inner city businesses. The trial was referred and further refined by December 2014, and further free but restricted 90 and 60-minute parking was introduced up until June 2015. Early engagement with the inner city groups and business sector suggested that a combination of price controls and targeted time limits would be the most balanced and appropriate option at that point. The issue of workers utilising free parking in front of retailers shopping and blocking customers from accessing stores was raised with council in 2015. This was not a new issue, and it was clear that this was extremely difficult for our employers to control. Council staff engaged with key contacts in the business sector, and there was general support for a mixture of parking sensors with meter heads and wardens with a gradual phasing in of pay and display machines. 60-minute free parking was ultimately supported and turned into what we now see along 2 Tanakai Street, which we sometimes refer to as the Spine, and some of the connecting streets, which we refer to as the Ribs. In 2015, it was signalled that a 2-year rolling trial in the CBD was nearing an end, and only minor changes were being recommended by the inner city sector group. We had 4 weeks of public consultation, and at the time, parking sensor data for the central parking in the inner city showed the vast majority of people coming into town were only staying for 60 minutes. Therefore, 60 minutes was set as the maximum period for free parking in those locations. This was intended to ensure a good turnover of car parks and parking spaces in the busiest parts of the inner city. Although there was acknowledgement also that some people want the option to park for longer periods, so a recommendation was made to allow parking for up to 3 hours, a short walk from 2 Tanakai Street. The inner city group recommended that to avoid confusion, the parking 90 and 60 free parking spaces were all transformed into parking 60. The remaining parts of Arawa, Haupapa, Pukuatua, Hinemoa and Eruera streets were then made $1 per hour and were made available for up to 3 hours. By 2017, Council signalled changes to the parking services to modernise obsolete parking equipment and increase parking turnover for visitors to the CBD by trying more consistent and effective enforcement. A wide range of options were tested through a systematic process which included early involvement of the parking sector services sector. There were possible options that were explored, and a staged procurement program was used to identify the most suitable parking services partner. A comprehensive process was undertaken which identified a preference to partner with an external partner who could fund and implement the infrastructure upgrades, which were in the vicinity of $2 million. Following a robust procurement process, iPark was identified and awarded the contract to manage parking services within the Rotorua District Council. The technical solution that they provided included 80 touch screen meters and a car which circles the city noting user patterns and identifying vehicles that are infringing, as well as they take responsibility for service delivery and managing the system. Policy and pricing still remains with the council. So iPark signed the contract in 2018 and began installing the meters. Their contract runs through till 2026. The technology supplied by iPark is leading to increased efficiencies in parking enforcement and is helping to ensure fair and consistent parking practices are applied. So the next slide talks to our parking system and our policy. So we do have a parking policy that was adopted by Council in September 2016. This policy is due to be reviewed by June 2022. We would anticipate public consultation would form part of any review before we adopted the policy. The purpose of parking policy at a high level is to ensure that the right amount of parking is available in the right place, in the right location at the right price. Our parking policy applies to the management of on and off-street parking in Rotorua, and our strategy with parking is to support our inner city and stimulate vibrancy by encouraging parking turnover. We also recognise the diverse needs that our users have when they are visiting the city, with both short and long-term users who have different needs. The city spine is mostly time-limited free parking and set up to support our retailers. And there is also 3-hour parking for those who may be coming into town for longer periods, and all-day parking available for our inner city workers. It is important to note that we currently have free parking in the CBD, and as you can see, there are differing time limits to promote turnover, but in fact 61% of our parking spaces in the CBD are free for differing time periods. Note that I'm not talking about free parking around the lakefront or the energy centre or Quedo Park or the Polynesian pools. At this point, they are not within our management for parking charges. In total, there are 2,816 parking spaces that we monitor, with 1,706 of these being free for differing periods of time. By comparison, there are 1,500 3-hour spaces at the mall. Management of parking is key to supporting a vibrant city centre, and our policy identifies a parking hierarchy that prioritises shoppers and visitors through the spine, which is why all-day parking tends to be around the outer areas to cater to our inner city parking working force. This helps to facilitate targeted visiting to the CBD for intended activity and preventing illegal parking, trying to prevent driver frustration and congestion, which can all lead to negative perceptions if not managed appropriately. The parking system has been developed with iPark and aims to provide an effective, modern, cost-effective service to the community. Our parking system aims to improve consistency of service across the city and turnover of parking services so that car parks are less difficult to find. We are continuously working to improve our system. But this in turn supports local businesses who have struggled in the past with patrons being unable to locate a car park outside their business. The previous parking system used obsolete coin-operated meters that were expensive to operate and maintain, as well as being labour-intensive to monitor, and our dated technology contributed to low enforcement rates. It should be noted that our new system, which is based on individual plate identification, is extremely efficient. In the past, our system did not support enforcement, which supports parking turnover. However, the technology, including the iPark car, is now extremely efficient, and there is a high likelihood of enforcement occurring where infringements are occurring. In terms of CBD parking usage, CBD users largely fall into two categories. So we've got our short stay visitors and long stay visitors. Historically, 85% of the CBD visitors stay for less than an hour, which is why we have 60-minute parking for free through the spine and the ribs of the city. Our plan is to use data collected to inform decisions around demand-based demand and supply based on the occupancy levels in any particular area. So our parking policy aims to achieve an occupancy level of around 70 to 90%, based on the fact that there should always be car parks available for consumers to use. If occupancy is lower than 70%, we can reduce prices. If occupancy is higher, prices can potentially be raised to ensure that there is adequate parking turnover. Short stay visitors are at 81% currently of pre-COVID levels, but long stay visitors are at approximately 21% of pre-COVID levels. Our iPark car circulates the city and the inner CBD. Much of the free parking of the outer fringe used by CBD workers is not scanned, and therefore we don't have parking to analyse that area, but visitor patronage is recovering. We note that the reduction in long stay park could be due to long stay users who normally use paid parking moving out towards the fringes of the city to take advantage of the higher percentage of free parking available there. In terms of utilisation, time-limited parking is comprised of 60, 90 and 180-minute parking, whether paid parking or not. When we compare May to November information, we note that there has been a 5% reduction in the percentage of vehicles using time-limited spaces with those using non-limited spaces. In terms of the unique plates, we considered the unique plates in the CBD over the last 2 weeks of May and compared this with our baseline, which was June to November last year. The first week at COVID level 2 shows 78% of pre-COVID patronage, and the second week showed 90% of pre-COVID patronage. In terms of parking transaction, we considered the behaviour of users of the parking system. This data comprises users of meters and the app, and again reflects the behaviour for the last 2 weeks of May and compares them with our July to December baseline. What we've identified is that parking transactions are at 56% and 69% of pre-COVID levels respectively for the last 2 weeks of May. In terms of user pays parking, Rotorua has a user pays parking system. What this means is that rather than having a general rate or a targeted business rate to cover parking costs, users are expected to pay for their own parking. In terms of revenue, we have provided actual revenue for the past 4 years and note that the revenue for 2020 does not include May and June revenue. So revenue between 2016 and 2019 has been on average 1.9 million. We had expected higher revenue for 2020, however, we have been impacted by COVID-19. In terms of operating costs, these include our contract with iPark, staffing that's used to operate our parking system, and of course depreciation costs for the Pukuatua Street car park building. So there was an increase in costs in 2018 and 2019, which is due to our iPark contract, which began in the middle of the financial year. Figures for 2019 and 2020 run through to April this year. The iPark contract reflects the cost of the $2 million setup for the new yellow parking meters. Council did not have to outlay any costs when we set these up and began the contract. If Council does withdraw from the contract, there will be costs involved, including $1.7 million to pay for the parking meters. Pricing of parking is first and foremost about managing parking demand in our city, rather than gathering revenue. Therefore, as much as practicable, parking revenue will be reinvested directly into the areas of the city for which it was raised. This includes, but is not limited to, our streetscape upgrades and safety improvements in the inner city and suburban areas. Parking surplus funds are used to contribute to the costs of supporting CBD activities, and the costs of these costs include maintenance of the parking building, our city safe guardians, monitoring and maintenance of the CCTV, and security patrols. Managed versus unmanaged parking. So our experience with parking supports taking a managed approach to ensure that the needs of the users is being met. Turnover of parking in the most frequently used areas is a priority for us, and we encourage this by having time-limited free parking through the spine of the city. Enforcing this helps to maintain parking at targeted occupancy levels. An unmanaged system of free parking across the city will lead to increased complaints as the turnover will not be managed, and the cost of enforcement for safety purposes, which remains with the council, will need to be met through a general rate or a targeted business rate. All similar cities in New Zealand have parking management systems which include free parking as well as paid parking and enforcement of minimum time periods to support parking space turnover. Our Build Back Better strategy includes Rotorua Economic Development, establishing the Inner City Business Group made up of our business owners. Council has presented to this group and will look to support recommendations from this group. The current motion that's currently before Council, that the Rotorua Lakes Council make parking free in the CBD to support businesses, would create a significant change to Council's parking policy, which we would normally go through a consultation process with the community before changing. The change is that we would no longer be able to use price to manage parking, and in fact there would be few mechanisms to ensure the right amount of parking is available at the right place, right location at the right price. So we would anticipate a rise in complaints relating to turnover issues as long-term users parked as close to their workplaces as possible as they arrive before our short-term users. We'd also need to review our contract with iPark, which will at a minimum include paying towards the cost of the meters which were installed as part of our upgrade. Finally, Council would remain responsible for managing parking in the CBD, and there would be less revenue through parking, so the cost would need to be met by ratepayer through either a general rate or a targeted business rate. But we do appreciate that parking has been raised, and so we have put forward a recommendation that Council continue to support current free parking options in the city, but direct officers to work with the Inner City Business Group to review parking needs. I think I'll leave my presentation there, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this point. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jocelyn. First question to Councillor Yates.
Tēnā koe, Jocelyn, and through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation this morning. It's very important to understand a greater depth of what's going on. The question that I have is, you mentioned, and as was mentioned earlier too, the distinction between the mall and other such parks. So why aren't Council able to control that space?
Parking at the mall is controlled by the owners of the mall, and so the cost of parking at the mall is actually covered by the retailers, who I assume will be passing on to the consumers through the price of their goods.
Your Worship.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's incredibly helpful to get the background. So this wasn't something dreamed up by council officers. It was a policy that went out, and I remember how widely it went out, and that it is an iterative process. The motion that you propose there doesn't really, I support the recommendation. I think that's the right way to go about it, especially now with our Inner City Business Group that will be bringing recommendations back to us. For the public that sort of respond to of course they want free parking. All of us, I'd sign a petition for free parking if I didn't understand how you're trying to manage parking. But for some of those comments, is there anything we can do with the city guardians or the wardens to be more educative of people like myself that struggle sometimes with the technology? Rather than, I heard it and read it in the comments, that it seems a little bit punitive rather than educative. Is that something we could do? Because I understand we can't change the policy without triggering significance, and that's a big cost, and it'll be reviewed in 2022 along with this. But is there something else we can do in the meantime?
So some of the steps that we've taken have been to try and improve the actual problem, which is the what people are identifying as the parking meters. So IPARC have worked really hard to improve the usage of the meters. Our Guardian's always happy to help people to use the meters if they're struggling with that, if they're around. And we do have pamphlets and online information to help people use the parking meters. We're open to feedback if the recent improvements to the meters, which have only been about for just the last month, if that's not working, we're more than happy to go back and try and see what further improvements can be made. And we're also hoping that the introduction of the app will support users to not even have to go near the machines. They can do it from their car as they're getting out and just put their parking in and move on.
Thank you. Councillor Okawate.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There's no doubt about it that managing parking seems to be a complex affair. I'm just rather disappointed that a presentation like this doesn't get to us a little bit earlier so that I could have done some further thinking about this, although obviously I've been exposed to it over the years sitting around this in the chambers here. But when I see the 1.7 million, that doesn't, what we've discussed this morning or what decision might come out of this recommendation doesn't necessarily mean that there'd be a cancellation of the IPARC contract, does it? So, you know, that doesn't mean to say that if this recommendation doesn't fly, it doesn't mean to say that the IPARC's contract would become null and void. So I sort of resent that a little because it makes me feel as if, my goodness, this is what I'm laying on the ratepayers.
So the purpose, IPARC are there and the meters that were installed collect the fees. If we're not charging for parking anymore, there won't be any fees to be collected through the meters, and so the cost of that would need to be recovered.
Well, what I heard this, thank you very much, because I mean, we're not talking about doing away with all charges, are we? So, I mean, you know, that sometimes I think things are skewed a little to make us feel as if, my goodness, this is sort of a done deal. We've got to tick the box here on this one here. So I'm just saying that. But what you did mention before, right at the start there, what IPARC is looking to make the difficult use of their meters, or whatever you call them, a little bit more user-friendly. Do they pay for that, or do we pay for that? Is that part of their contract obligations?
Part of their contract, yes, that's correct. So any further updates, it's all just to make the parking system more usable so that we get better turnover through the city.
Because that's something that everybody has complained about.
Yes.
But the one thing that, Madam Chair, that I'd like to say is that we are antagonising our citizens with the current system that we've got. And as a councillor, I am hearing that all the time. And so that is something that we are really at risk of being offside with our citizens, because they believe we have a parking system in place that doesn't serve them well, or indeed probably ourselves either. So I'm just putting that out there. That is a perception that is growing, and I feel very uncomfortable when I hear from the presenter of the petition this morning that that's what she, as a retailer, is hearing all the time. Do we still have the City Business Group? Is that still active? It is still active. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just going to, in your first question, there was something that was raised that I'll just get Una, from a democracy point of view, to just comment on the process in terms of the motion and the recommendation itself.
Good morning, everybody, and through you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to point out a couple of procedural things for your consideration today. You actually have in front of you quite a hard task ahead of you this morning. I just want to refer you back to the meeting of the 19th of May, in which the procedural motion was brought forward into this meeting. That had a mover and a seconder, so that motion is substantive and lies on the table. And I'll just refer you to that. So that motion is that the Rotorua Lakes Council make parking free in the CBD to support local businesses. So that's the procedural motion part of it. Also just want to point out that the motion that is on the table is in such a way that you can't actually, you're in a very hard predicament in terms of making a decision. And in supporting that decision. You would actually be inconsistent with current policy, and when we were to provide an overlay of the review of the significance and engagement policy, the elements together in that significance and engagement policy would mean that this is a significant decision, and as referred to by Jocelyn, would require going out and engaging with the wider community. I'll leave it at that if there are any questions around the sort of the procedural items ahead of you today. And just to say, again, there is a substantive motion on the table. What is in front of you is the staff recommendation of a way forward, but it requires your decision making in the first instance.
Yeah.
Thank you. We've got a number of questions, so we'll just go through them quickly, please. Just the questions and try not to make too many statements. So, Mr. Bryce Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is really quite simple. It appears to me that we've got two issues here. One is an issue of a complex system that's upsetting the general population, and the other is a rather simplistic solution of free parking for everybody. And I think those are two extremes, and that there is a middle ground in here, and would therefore support what you're suggesting about continuing to support free parking, but looking at this within the parameters that you've prescribed. Free-for-all parking is something that the Rural Board doesn't support, because we see that as being occupied by staff members and the general populace not being able to get access to the business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Kia ora. Thank you, Jocelyn, and through you, Madam Chair. I just had a few questions here. The first one was, why aren't we able to provide resources to the CBD businesses, such as posters, pamphlets, to enable them to clearly notify customers and visitors of the parking system and its usage? Things like a simple thing like a map to show, the different zones by the parking meters, the posters in the stores, to clearly let the customers know how to use the parking meters or its system.
Kia ora. We have provided that information and can provide it again. It's on our website as well, and we put out regular updates across all our channels to try and ensure that people understand what our parking system looks like and where they can park when they come to the city.
Thank you. And one more question, last one. Because the option wasn't presented to us today, for an option, say, for the next 6 months to a year of free 1 hour parking, and how would it affect council revenue, the usage of the parking spaces? Would that be an option?
I think that we could consider a number of options, including time limited, increasing time. We can look at everything. What I think is really important is that you as councillors have information upon which to make those decisions, and we would look to bring those decisions back to you following consultation.
If I could reinforce what Jocelyn said, remember the current parking regulations and policy we are operating on is a product of extensive CBD consultation 2015. The regime we've got in place at the moment is a result of that consultation. If we want to change it, I think it makes sense, and actually it's equitable to go back to the CBD and consult with them. So that's what Honor said, it triggers a consultation requirement. And also, can I also remind elected members that you have instructed us to review the functionality of the CBD. A report is coming to you with options over the next 2-3 weeks, I think, to recommend engagement about that functionality. And obviously that could be another driver for a revision of some of these parking policies. So it seems to me that the regulations have been arrived through extensive consultation. If you want to change them, it's your right to change them, but I think we have an obligation to go back and ask the people who initiated those changes, regulations, to have a view about it.
Thank you, Stavros. And I'm hearing that there has been extensive consultation and work that has gone on behind the scenes over a number of years. In your, and maybe this might just be new, but in the next report that you're bringing, just a question to you guys, whether you have considered what other councils are doing, as example, Taupo or Tauranga surrounding us, so that we can get a comparison as to what would be usual practice?
And we have reached out to Hamilton and had discussions with them. We've also looked at what is happening in Taupo. All of those areas have free parking for time periods, but they still enforce if you go over. So overstaying is still enforced, and the revenues haven't changed there in that respect. In fact, in some areas they've gone up. One point I'd make about our parking system with our iPark on board now is that it is extremely efficient. So because we have a car that circulates and identifies user plates, if you are infringing, you are more likely than what you may have been in the past to receive an infringement, which probably is reflected in the amount of feedback we're getting from the public. However, that is what we were asked to provide, and we've provided that system.
Thank you, Jocelyn. We now have Councillor Donaldson, followed by Councillor McPherson, Councillor Bentley, and then Councillor Kaifong, and we'll wrap up. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding complaints in respect of infringements. So iPark don't have a front office. If someone receives an infringement, they come to council, to the customer centre. How are, in terms of numbers, complaints about infringements tracking pre-iPark to currently? Can you give me a sense of that? And I hear the comment that complaints FE is currently. Is that because our front counter staff cannot address those complaints? Does it have to go to iPark? Do iPark make the ruling on an infringement complaint?
Morena, thank you for your question. Complaints is a difficult one to, I guess, wrap up fairly succinctly. I think, as with any new system, if we compare it to the wheelie bin rollout, for instance, we do always see an initial sort of spike in complaints, particularly as the users get used to what they now have to do. We do see peaks and troughs. As with anything, we also see those peaks and troughs when we have a change in the system. For instance, the other parts of the system that we're now currently rolling out. But I think in general, what we're trying to do at the moment is to get a more succinct handle on the different types of complaints that we're getting. One of the, just to give a bit of background to that, for instance, iPark may receive feedback from customers that a machine is not working. It doesn't necessarily mean the machine's not working. As a result of some of that feedback, for instance, stickers were installed to say press here to operate if it doesn't automatically come on. So some of them are more technical questions, but in the past we've sort of grouped them as complaints. So it's not an entirely easy one to answer, but we will definitely have more information on that type of thing going forward.
Thank you, Kurt. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah. Thank you, Jocelyn and Kurt and Stavros, for the report this morning. Much appreciated. One of the themes that comes through to me as a first-time councillor is that the policies and practices of the past have been, in context, entirely reasonable and sensible, and they've been systematically trialled. The situation's changed, and I wondered, my question is this: to what extent is the predicted economic impact of COVID-19 taken into account with your recent review in the last few days?
Well, it's impacted the number of people and users that are coming into the city, and it's part of the reason why we're more than happy to work with the inner city group, business group, to come back with further, and do a bit of a review of parking needs. But we do want to make sure that we do a consultation process and work with those who are using the system.
My second question follows from your answer, and that is that it appears to me that as a result of the feedback this morning, you must have concerns. The feedback from the the petition, you must have taken on board the fresh concerns. You've got the inner city business group, which its constitutional function puzzles me a little bit. I'm not at all clear what role it has in policy review at council level. Perhaps that can be addressed by somebody. But I guess my second question is it becoming clear to you now that given the nature of the complaints and the intensity of the complaints and the numbers, a policy review is starting to look inevitable? Would you agree with that?
So just to address the first part of your question, policy and pricing will remain the decision of councillors in the council. And in terms of the second part of your question, we have a continuous management process that we've tried to apply to ensure that we are able to listen to the needs of our customers and the consumers. So we would be more than open to looking at the complaints and trying to find ways to improve them. So so some of the examples that we've done is reducing the cost of parking across the city, increasing the usability of the machines. We are trying to be as responsive as we can be to those, and we are open to continuing that pattern.
Thank you. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jocelyn, thank you for your report. The parking app that you were talking about, people downloading, does that come at a cost?
No, you just go to the Apple Store or the Google Android Store, you download it and it's there. You can put your details into it, and you also can store your credit card or your card details in there, which means that when you go along to do your parking, you just push the button and it will put you into the right time period, etc.
Thank you. And second question is with regard to the pink zones that you're hoping to introduce or have introduced. Have you given any thought to including the government gardens area into that, especially Memorial Drive?
At this point, what we're thinking is that at some point we will need to review the lakefront as it comes on, government gardens. But at this point, we're trying to use the data that we're getting from the iPark car and from other pieces of information to assess whether or not we need to extend the parking that way. If we get to that, we will definitely bring that back to council and have a proper review of it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the light of that, I'd like to make an amendment to my original motion with regard to the free parking and to...
Councillor Bentley, I'm really sorry, but we can't do an amendment because it's already been passed to come to our operations and monitoring meeting. I'll just get the democracy team to confirm that, but as I understand it, because it's already been moved and seconded and brought on and accepted as it is, it cannot be changed. So I'll just get the democracy team to confirm that, and I'll also get them to speak with you after if you did have an option that you want to bring back to the table later on how you can do that, because it's certainly not my intention to stop any progress. It's just procedurally we're not able to change. Oh, I've just got a simple answer that yes, that's correct. So I'll get them to talk with you later. I'm very sorry about that, Councillor Bentley. We'll move on to Councillor Kaifong and then save the last word for Mr. Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question around the original background to the petition, which was to provide some short-term relief for COVID-19 recovery. And I've heard what you've said about making changes to parking policy, but is there a way of giving some short-term relief, which isn't necessarily going to trigger a whole significant policy change consultation process, if we want to give some 3-month, 4-month hiatus of parking charges or something like that?
I think sort of, as Jocelyn said, that at the end of the day, establishing a fee payment, it's your prerogative, elected members' prerogative. However, it's quite important to go back into the genesis of the regulations. 60 minutes free parking in the spine of the CBD has been decided because overwhelmingly, I think 80% of the users stayed less than 60 minutes, and that was the definition of the business sector. The 3 hours maximum limits at $1 an hour, again, it was the instigation of the business sector who wanted people to be able to park for longer than 60 minutes. Potentially, you can say those areas are 180 minutes at $1 an hour. You can say for the next few weeks you don't charge for it, okay? But the limits needs to stay there because the businesses who dependent on those 180 minutes require that. So it's a decision you can make only for that particular area. The rest of it, of 60 minutes, is 60 minutes. It's free.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. And the second question was just around that consultation period, because I think that I know the procedural issue, but there seems to be a petition which was signed on the basis of free parking for now and forever. And I think that that's now been confused by Mrs. Jury coming here and then making, and I don't know where she got the right, or I'm not sure if that's the right word, to then say it should now be 2 hours free. So I think that the consultation with the inner city business group needs to be clarified as to what we're actually going to consult with them about. Is it a short-term solution for COVID-19 recovery? Is it free parking forever? Or is it free parking for 2 hours? Or is it we need to fix up the parking machines? Or is it something else in terms of the comments that have been made? Thanks.
Thank you.
I think there's quite a simple answer to that. It's yes, it does need to be clarified, and I'm sure there was no intentions for it to get confused, but we all have our own perceptions and ideas. There's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. So we'll leave the last word to Mr. Waru, and then we'll move on.
Tēnā koe te tia wana, kamihi ake kia koe. I tō whakaaro nui kia hau tēnei wā, te pito whakamutunga o tēnei kōrero. Hoena, tēnā tātou. Tēnā koutou kai te toko toru tapu. Thank you for your report, very in-depth report, and being on a few trusts that deal with parking consistently. I know that it's a very difficult subject to sort of take on. Hoeno, I'll be very quickly. I promised Tanya I'd be very quick, so I will be. Firstly, on behalf of my colleague Aroha, she would like to say thank you for introducing the pink zones for CBD workers. Excellent. First, percentage of business owners versus the general public in that petition. Is it known?
No, we're unable to determine what that is.
Oh, okay. Ka pai. Nā whakamutunga, you know, without triggering a big consultation process or anything, I think I'm kind of jumping on the bandwagon of Councillor Kai Fong's kōrero. Has there been any, I suppose, exploration around the options available to us in terms of the council, in terms of changing certain things to perhaps make some immediate impact with parking without triggering the consultation process that's been mentioned within the current policy framework?
I think so. On behalf of Jocelyn, I think reminds elected members too is that you have made a decision not to enforce parking regulations during the level 4 and level 3 because the demand was so low. So that decision has been made to mitigate that. The going forward, we are now at level 2 and hopefully next week in level 1. If you look at the demand for the CBD at this point in time, and I looked into the statistics of traffic movements from 2019 to 2020 today, especially during level 2, we are about 93% of the traffic movement of last year at the moment. And remember, we do not have any foreign visitors into the country, okay? So demand is close to about 93% of what it used to be a year ago. So the question is whether the intent of your regulations to manage demand and ensure turnover and so on can be met by applying some further mitigation of of these parking regulations. As I said to Councillor Kaifong, you can make a decision to say for those areas that are paying at the moment $1 an hour for up to 3 hours, you can make a decision to let it go for a few more weeks or whatever. But I don't think it's pragmatic to go and change the whole regulations without actually going back to the business sector and consult again as was a trigger for these changes.
Tēnā koe.
Okay, well, that brings us to the end of the discussion for the notice of motion. Now, it doesn't need a mover or a seconder, but we will still put it to the vote. So then I'll read it out once again, that the discussion on the motion that Rotorua Lakes Council make parking free in the CBD to support local businesses be adjourned to the Operations Monitoring Committee to be held on 4th of June 2020, commencing at 9:30. So, hang on, let me just check with our democracy team. Yep, okay. So we don't need a move and seconder. We'll put that to the vote as it is. All those in favour, please say aye.
A point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Councillor McPherson.
At this point, we've been allowed to ask questions of the presenters, and I appreciate that opportunity. Are we now going to have an opportunity for example, move and the seconder of the original notice of motion to be able to make statements, and for other councillors to also clarify their positions before we come to this vote? Thank you.
Yes, no, you are right. So I believe the mover of the motion was Councillor Bentley. Oh, just a minute while we clarify. I've just clarified, and the process was that the person who moved the procedural motion was actually Her Worship the Mayor, so if she wanted to make any comments. We have had a lot of questions on it, so I'll use standing orders in this process, which will be, there'll be 3 people that can speak for or against, and if there are 3 that are all the same, then we'll then ask for an opposing view, if that makes sense in the discussion. And I'll just get our democracy manager to add to that as well.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And in addition to that, as the original mover and seconder of the notice of motion, it is therefore appropriate that you be given opportunity to speak to that in addition as well.
I'll ask Her Worship the Mayor and Councillor Donaldson for their comments first, and then we'll allow you to speak as well again. Yes, Your Worship.
I'm very happy if the seconder of the motion wishes to speak first, and then I'll take my speaking opportunity.
I'll move to Councillor Donaldson, who seconded the current motion.
It's just, as a matter of order, I'm happy to hear from the original proposers of the notice of motion, Madam Chair. I'd like to signal my intention to vote to speak against it when the time comes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bentley or Councillor McPherson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of repeating myself for what the original motion was, as a result of this pandemic, those that are in town, those most affected by this pandemic are the unemployed and small businesses. Now, we cannot as council do much about the unemployed, but we can make a difference to help keep local businesses alive by encouraging shoppers to frequent our CBD. And the present parking system seeks to criminalise the parking public by having a confusing procedure lacking options. We should put Rotorua CBD on the same competitive footing as Taupo, Landing in Tauranga, Rotorua Central, Trade Central and Bayfair. And our annual plan strategy includes the provision for cushioning the blow to our small businesses, and this is one way which we can achieve that. My suggestion is that we have 2 hours free parking in the CBD, at least for the duration of this pandemic, during which time our officials monitor our parking habits and devise, in discussion with councillors, a workable, user-friendly parking policy. Insofar as those that insist that we have a long-term contract with iPark, well, I would suggest that any half-decent contract-savvy lawyer would be able to nullify that agreement due to the government-declared civil emergency. And in fact, our officials, I believe, should be looking at all our existing contracts with the pandemic in mind. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. thought long and hard about the original motion before we put it up. And the reasons were that we had been given a great deal of feedback by CBD owners, retailers and retail staff. And the feedback that we also got at our Facebook was almost exactly correlated precisely with the feedback that was given this morning by Susan when she presented her petition. There's a great deal of disquiet. We need to send at this time a strong signal to the CBD businesses that as elected representatives we really care, and they recognise that demand for parking to shop has been fundamentally and adversely affected by COVID-19. But free parking, key point, must not mean a parking free for all. It's not a simplistic contrast that's been drawn. We must continue to discourage parking that exceeds the time limits to ensure turnover in parking spots and to increase footfall. I think the retailers have got a point. We need free parking with time limits. Next point, most or many retailers are, as they explain it to me, are on the edge of insolvency. Owners confirm that retailers are increasingly defaulting on leases and their rents. They need an immediate intervention to help boost customer footfall, improve their cash flows, if they are to trade their way through this COVID recession, which will become a depression. It's tipped to last years, not months, but we do need a fairly rapid intervention. How long, next question is, how long should the free parking with time limits last? Well, it needs to last, as Peter says, as long as the levels are in place, and during that period, COVID, I think, should use the time to revise the whole parking system to make it fit for purpose for the post-COVID environment. The pre-COVID system we have was designed for better times. The Mayor has publicly described its purpose as being, and I quote, to manage demand to support businesses by ensuring everyone has fair access. If the demand has changed, we would need to consider if a change of policy is warranted. I agree. I think demand has changed and it's changed fundamentally. The demand has been significantly reduced initially. It'll return slowly, but it'll need to be encouraged if we're going to help our CBD retailers survive. Recall, demand briefly intensified when parking spots were converted into a cycleway, but then contracted even further as local shoppers switched to more convenient and free parking elsewhere. Those decisions, as I stressed before, were well-intentioned, those decisions, but the Chamber, in one of its publications, recently described the parking system as impractical and as confusing and intimated it was alienating to visitors. Well, retailers and owners agree. Hence, with many businesses, CBD businesses on the edge of insolvency and the need to enforce turnover and yet boost footfall, I strongly support the original motion to have free parking, but to retain the time limits. But the critical thing for me is it must be accompanied now by a policy review. I'm not at all concerned about the importance of going through the process of consultation again, because it will simply reinforce what you've been told this morning as a result of Susan's petition and as a result of our gathering of information through the Rotorua District residents and ratepayers. We are very keen to have those messages from the public reinforced. Hence the need for the policy review. But to better understand the current business model, and this morning's presentation was very helpful in that regard, we'll need a 3-year, I believe, analysis of the income and expenditure. The numbers this morning were helpful, but we need to include CapEx and OpEx. And I'd like very much, again, this is my second request, I'd like to see the outsourcing management contract with iPark to fully understand the commitments that we do have at the moment. In sum, I think we need a free parking with time limits policy, fresh policy, as we work up a revised parking system that's going to be fit for purpose for the post-COVID era. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll move shortly to the mover and the seconder, and thank you for allowing or encouraging us to hear from the previous ones. It wouldn't normally be the process, but it was very good to hear your comments. Thank you. But I do just want to make one correction, because I we've just heard and we just saw that the demand, I think you said, Stavros, was 95% of what it usually was, and we just saw revenue for the past 3 years as well, which was something that you raised. So I just want to correct that we have just had that information. So I'll move to Your Worship, the Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I did refer this motion to this committee for very sound reasons, and I don't think it was well thought through, with respect, because you don't make policy on the hoof. We have to have reports such as we've received this morning that show the background and how we came to reach the policy that was implemented after quite extensive consultation with the inner city business owners themselves as part of it. I recall the seconder of the notice of motion coming to me in the chair after that meeting to say that was a bit of a political trickery, and I didn't appreciate that. I think, as councillors, we've got to make balanced decisions given the information that we've received today, and that's exactly why I referred it to this operations and monitoring, and thank you for the huge amount of work that's been put into this. I will not support the notice of motion. I think it's very dangerous when political representatives make political spectacles of themselves about populist policy. We've got to be well informed, and I've heard this morning already that the mover of the notice of motion is now wanting to change it and also wanting 2 hours free parking, but at the same time have managed parking, and who's going to pay the costs? And in this recovery period for COVID, the right thing that we did was set up an inner city sector group. Every councillor heard that. It was part of our recovery plan. That inner city sector group will look at how we can do the iterative changes that will soften the blow in the recovery period and bring back recommendations to council. And that is the right process. I'd actually quite like to see Susan Jury on that group because with well intention and good heart, she proposed something that might make a difference, and that's what we're all looking at in recovery. Neither will I ever support saying that the cost for the loss of revenue needs to go on a targeted rate for the inner city businesses. They are struggling. So we need managed parking, and we've got to have very level heads about where that goes next. And I want to be informed by our inner city sector group, by the report we're getting back from our infrastructure manager, and then make the right decisions. That motion, notice of motion, triggers significance policy. That's a cost. It's a cost to the general ratepayer. It means we've got to go out and consult all over again. And yet this morning we've heard the policy will be reviewed in 2022. So there'll be a wonderful intersection when we get feedback from the inner city group. We know the actual impact of COVID. We're only about to go to level 1, hopefully, so we have no idea of the impact. And we've got our sector groups working with us on how we soften the blow in the recovery phase. So I don't support the notice of motion, and I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Her Worship's pretty much stolen all my lines, really. But look, the original notice of motion would be the death of retail and hospitality, the death knell for retail and hospitality, if it was unfettered free parking. Now, the petitioner's made it quite clear that was not what she is seeking. Unfortunately, that wasn't translated to the motion on the table. And I think that's acknowledged by everyone, including the original proposers of the notice of motion. As Her Worship says, it is still early days and we're still moving down alert levels. But the petition was aired in a highly charged environment when people were very worried and anxious about the effects of lockdown on jobs, on their businesses, and on personal freedoms and access. We've heard from staff that we're currently still under level 2 at 93% of traffic movements in the inner city. We've seen in the holiday weekend, that actually visitation to tourist attractions in Rotorua exceeded anything previously seen, even with international here. So we know that traditionally a lot of our population, and we're within 3 hours drive of half of it, travel overseas for holidays. Now they don't have that option currently. And so when we move to level 1, where will they go? Where we've seen it last weekend. So we do need to manage parking in the inner city. And the suggestion that we should be on the same footing as Trade Central and the mall, that actually means we translate, or we pass on the costs of managing that parking in a targeted rate to inner city businesses, which again, I do not support because we know those businesses are struggling. All of the discussion at this stage has ignored the issue of sustainability and the push for more alternative methods of transport and the reduction in emissions that we saw around the globe during lockdown, not just in New Zealand. And, you know, that's something that needs to be thought about in terms of, because NZTA's view is clear, that parking needs to be priced so as to discourage single vehicle trips to cities. So that's a whole different consideration to take into effect. So there's a lot to discuss, and I think that's it for me. I'm against the notice of motion. I do support ongoing reviews, and I do support recommendations coming back from the City Development Sector Group, which was set up under as part of our carefully considered Build Back Better strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm not going to be supporting this notice of motion, and it actually shows how impatient some people were with our council, and I'm just so pleased that the majority of our councillors who first of all had to deal through the media before we could even meet on this issue. Yeah. It was horrible having to deal with this matter then. And finally, with patience, even the mover and the seconder are changing how they felt about this notice of motion then. Thank you to the petitioner, Susan, for making it a lot clearer when she said that she didn't want not all-day parking. At the time, at that meeting on the 28th of May, it made it sound like that the petitioner wanted free parking no matter what. Also, we voted on that, and the mover and the seconder also voted against it coming back to this committee here, where we could hear a full report, and thank you to our staff members there for the full report. And also what I wanted to hear was how our free parking trial went in 2013 to 15. And that's the kind of information we needed, even for new councillors, to hear that we had trialled this before. Even the public out there think that we don't even have areas in our city that are free parking, but they do know now. So again, thank you for the information. And it was, we know that this notice of motion was done in haste, done through the media, and I'm not supporting it. And thank you to the councillors for being patient.
Thank you. Councillor Rokawate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I know that sometimes people bring notices of motion, and it may be that they've done it in the heat of the moment, and maybe that they've come under pressure, but I'd like to think that we can at any time, irrespective of that, bring motions to council without people feeling, oh, they're going to, something's going to come, we're going to come down on them like a ton of bricks. That should not be the atmosphere in which we operate. So I'm sorry to say that this one, I would have liked to have seen that we, the Rotorua Lakes Council, make parking free in the CBD to support local businesses during the COVID levels. That's a small thing that we can do for our citizens, just to say that we do care. We're not in their shoes. This isn't just about unemployment. This is about people, a small gesture that we could do, to say that we have an understanding of what you're going through at this moment, but more importantly, what you will go through over the next 6, 9, 12 months. So, so all I'm just saying is I'm pleased that it was brought, this motion was brought to council, so that we've had the discussion this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Reynold McPherson and Peter Bentley, for bringing this motion to the table. I will support this motion, keeping it simple, because it shows that there's an empathy towards what the businesses in the community have spoken about. Having consulted with the shops directly, it's how they feel, and it takes a lot of courage to bring it to the table against what we're hearing today. So thank you very much, and I will be supporting this motion.
Now I'll leave the last comment to Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things I'd like to actually talk about with regards to this specific motion is that what I would be voting against is the free parking, because the way in which the intent of the initial motion was passed was that it was free parking, basically free for all, always, forever. What I would vote for, however, is a managed parking system, which I believe was also coming through in what our petition maker brought forward this morning, and that's also being discussed with the recommendation from our council management team. So, koera noi ho tāku I tēnei wā.
Thank you, Councillor Lates. Well, I'll conclude our discussion in that. I think we've had plenty for and against. Just some concluding comments as Chair. I think it is a bit unfortunate that this motion wasn't as clear. I think it was brought with the best intentions, but we now know that it needed to be a lot more specific in order to achieve, I think, what we wanted to from it. But all is not lost. If this motion is lost, we still have work going on behind the scenes, and we'll be back in 2 weeks. I really liked that people were wanting to forward it on to the sector group, because, you know, they are the experts, they are the business leaders, and I was glad to see Susan nodding her head that should be keen to be involved in that as well. So, you know, all is not lost, but from my perspective, and my personal perspective, is that this motion as it is needs to be lost in terms of free parking forever as it states. However, we will continue to work on the work and reports that we already have, and to take it into further discussion and consideration, which is, and I want to let the public know that it is a priority for us. This certainly isn't us deferring, it's just making sure that when we go out, we have it right, because it's quite clear that if we don't get it right, it will actually have an adverse effect on our businesses, who will have to take up a targeted rate. And thank you to the presenters.
Just a point of order, please, Madam Chair. Sorry, I just want some clarity around the motion. You said that, and I think Una alluded to it earlier. Just wanted to get clear in my mind, the person who has moved and set the actual motion is unable to amend that motion? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. So at the time a motion is put forward, the mover of that motion then has the opportunity to amend it then, but because it has been already put on the table and moved forward into this meeting, that opportunity was now lost. So when you make a motion, the mover at that time of making the motion is able to make an amendment following discussion. But unfortunately, it's now too late as it's moved on from the time the motion was made.
Thank you for that.
And I want to thank you, the presenters, all three of you, and the many staff that sit behind you for bringing forward such a detailed report. I know that you are all very strained at this time as we as an organisation deal with COVID-19 ourselves. And I want to thank you for giving us a thorough history of this as well, because there is so much work in detail that has gone in behind the scenes. And one of the facts that you gave us today, which is 61% of the parking is free in Rotorua. So I think that there is some discussions to still go on with our public on where those 61% of our parks are. And we do know, as Mr. Hurd actually rightfully brought up, there are multiple issues within this. So we don't require a mover and seconder, but we will put this motion to the vote. All those in favour for the motion as it stands, please say aye. Against?
No.
No. Well, that's quite clear. The motion has been lost. We've got a call for division, so I'll do that again, and I'll ask you just to raise your hand so we can record the vote. All those in favour of the motion, please say, please raise your hand. Got them? And all those against, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now take a quick break because the next section on our agenda will be quite long. So we'll take a 5-minute break. For those tuning in online, we will be back at 11:11. Thank you very much.
I was feeling a bit agitated.
That was your words, Councillor McPherson.
One minute. 1 minute, thank you.
Good, rowing and eating and doing baby stuff. Yeah.
Could I just ask that there be an amendment to our minutes? I'm sorry, I had it noted, but I didn't mention it. I was actually present at our last O&M meeting on the 5th of March. I moved something there, but I actually wasn't shown as being present. So if we could I'm sorry I didn't mention it before. Thank you. Is that in order?
Yes, we will deal to that. Okay, I have your attention. So, page 13, we're into staff reports now, and we have a recommendation financial performance for the 10 months ended 30th of April 2020. I asked for a mover and a seconder to approve the report, moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded Councillor Yates. Thank you very much. And we have Thomas Colley here to overview the report, and I believe he has a brief presentation for us as well. Welcome, Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, councillors and board members. Before I start into the financials, I thought it would be a good idea to give you an update on the rates deferral scheme that we had in place with regards to the 20th of May rates instalment and how that collection actually went. So just to refresh everyone's memories, that was right in the midst of the level 4 lockdown, and at the time we put together a deferral scheme targeted towards businesses in particular in the tourism, hospitality and retail sector, and obviously any residential ratepayer that was either an owner of one of those businesses or faced job loss or redundancies or reduced hours, and put a set criteria around that. I think at the time, and as I said, as well as the only certainty was uncertainty, we kind of put an estimate into place that roughly 1,000 businesses and potentially up to 8,000 residential ratepayers could apply. And this really was around cushioning the blow for our community, and we did offer therefore 2 options, the main one being a deferment of that instalment for a full 12 months, but we also gave people the option to apply for a shorter 6-month one. And just a reminder, the reason that those sectors, obviously all sectors were going to be hit hard. Those sectors in particular were going to be hit the hardest and were likely to have a longer recovery, and they also accounted for close to, I think, 43% of the total workforce of Rotorua. So what actually did transpire? Not nearly the numbers that we anticipated. And so in total we had 111 applications, of which 66 were approved and 45 were declined, with some of those declines actually still going through the process of having further discussions with them. The split was about 60% of the approved businesses, and 40% of those applicants were residential. And in total, we did defer close to $1 million worth of rates through this process. So I think for us the surprise really was there was quite a slow uptake at the time, and even as we inched closer to the 20th date, it never really picked up in numbers. And while we did have a number of discussions, and there were definitely people coming to us with hardship that didn't meet the criteria, and we allowed deferment for that as well, we never really saw the numbers that we would potentially have seen. Whether that was the success of the wage subsidy, or one will never know, but however, that is what we saw. So in total, just as a comparison, on the 21st of May, when we looked at our rates collection, and this is a little bit updated, but at that time we were at about 2.9 million in arrears, and it was up slightly on where we were the previous time last year of 2 million. And what we noticed actually on there was when we analysed the breakdown of it, we actually noticed that there were about 30 odd accommodation providers that hadn't paid their rates, and some of them were substantial, that actually would have qualified. So we made direct contact with them, and I think as a result of that, moving them to deferment, and as well as further collection in the days after the 20th, we had a number of large ratepayers pay a couple of days late. At the time of when we struck the penalty, so we deferred the penalty application by about a week. Numbers-wise on our arrears were very similar to where we were in previous years. So at the time of applying the penalty, which was on the 28th of June, bearing in mind the instalment was due on the 20th, we had 2.1 million of arrears on that instalment, in comparison to the previous financial year of $2 million for the same instalment. And so we did see a slight change in the composition of that, slightly more business ratepayers made up the arrears than residential, and so we're just going through a bit of a process of obviously making contact and working through different scenarios. But I guess for us the pleasing thing was we did offer a solution, and fortunately the uptake wasn't as high. Now, hopefully that's a good reflection of what's happening out in the community rather than anything else. And so going forward, we'll obviously monitor and seeing what happened, and we'll assess as to whether we need to offer something similar again for the August instalment, and we'll obviously have that discussion with you in due course, or whether we just take that pragmatic approach that we have now, that any ratepayer under hardship is able to make contact. We are able to have a discussion and obviously work through the different options. So before I go into the financials, I'm happy to answer any questions just on that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thomas. Your worship?
Just a question, Thomas. I heard you say that the next quarter you'll consider and come back to us. Is there a timing issue there that you'd see as the threshold to make the decision?
Your worship, I think it's one of those things where we just have to watch with what's happening in the world, and obviously what's happening within Rotorua, and talking and seeing trends. Just interestingly enough, reading information today, I think New Zealanders saved an incredible amount of money during lockdown. However, that's a small portion of our community versus the rest, and we really have to kind of see how this plays out for Rotorua and how Rotorua recovery is. I think at the moment the staff are indicating that to us that from what they've seen and the discussions that they have, that we probably don't need to do the mass communication and the mail out in the next instalment, and that we can probably just deal with them on a case-by-case basis. However, over the next 2 months, if the world changes, we may need to adjust that approach. But all indications is that, from my perspective, New Zealanders trying to spend their way out of a depression, and we'll see as to how successful that is.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you for the update on rates deferral, Thomas. You're obliged by the decision being made to accept applications for deferrals from 3 sectors, and they were part of the set criteria that you referred to in your previous slide. But my recollection is that you also have the power, you've been devolved the power, to consider applications from people that don't belong to those 3 sectors, therefore, strictly speaking, would not fit the criteria, and yet they are in a position where a rates deferral would ensure that their businesses do survive because they've got cash flow difficulties, and you're enabled to be able to consider those separately, I suppose, from this authorised scheme. Can you report on those applications which are separate from this rates deferral scheme?
Unfortunately, Councillor, we've included those numbers into that mix. So I had daily discussions with the team whereby a number of applicants were declined, and further discussion and going back, we actually therefore did offer them alternative schemes. The composition of it, I would have to take a stab in the dark, but it might be 10% of the total of what was made was circumstances as you described.
Thanks, I much appreciate that, because there are some companies that are in distress at the moment, right now, because of cash flow difficulties caused directly by COVID, but within a month or 2 they're going to trade their way out of trouble, and they just need that breathing space.
Yep,
Thanks very much.
And there were a number that wrote directly to me, and obviously I got the staff to make contact and enter into appropriate arrangements with those ratepayers based on their circumstances.
Great.
So exactly as we described we would do. Yep.
Through you, Chair, I really appreciate that degree of subtlety.
Were there any other questions on the rates deferral? No. Thank you, Thomas. You can carry on.
Thank you. With regards to the operating performance, as you can understand, April was predominantly during our lockdown, and so what we experienced was our revenues themselves were down, particularly around our fees and charges. So while obviously the majority of our staff actually were able to continue to work from home and was actually quite successful, the revenues in some places, as you can imagine, demand fell. However, that was offset by also operating expense falling as well. So the majority of our expenses tied to life essential services, as you can imagine, and they continued on. And what we saw during April was actually the reduce in revenue that we saw was actually almost offset by reduced in operating expenditure during that lockdown. And so the overall impact to Council's financial result of just that particular month was quite neutral. From a overall now revenue perspective, revenues themselves have continued to be favourable. Obviously during April it kind of held and contracted a little bit, but overall we are tracking favourably against budget. With regards to the operating expenses, those trends that we've talked about before with regards to extra compliance costs around the establishment of Rotorua, electricity, staffing around the demands for regulatory, and also around some capitalisation of staff costs to capital works projects, the additional security costs for inner city, and a one-off property transaction with regards to the Rotorua sewerage scheme are still there, and overall they're combined to about 1.2 million unfavourable position. Now that's softened a bit from previously because we've taken advantage of some incredibly cheap debt at the moment, and in particular we're taking on more floating debt, whereas historically we've always had more fixed debt, still well within policy, councillors. And so the advantage there is obviously driving down our borrowing costs at the moment, and therefore we're seeing some savings on that front as well. When you piece that together and you look at overall how the result sits against council's activity, you'll see therefore that the pain points continue to be predominantly in sewerage, driven by the compliance costs and electricity. Water supplies, predominantly electricity. Waste management, again, those issues around the volume and the lack of revenue from recyclings. Planning and regulatory as parking and parking revenues as a whole. And you're seeing some quite favourable variances elsewhere. And in particular, sport and rec has really moved to a very positive position. And that's mostly around the reduction in debt, because that's the activity that picks up the debt costs for the lakefront and the Waka Forest and the timing of those projects. So that's the activity that's seen the majority of the benefit of that interest rate saving on new debt at this time. With regards to our capital spend, we do have a $91 million capital works program. We're about 49.2 million in. So even while there's a bit of a delta to the overall, that's still in a significant spend for us as an organisation. So renewal spend overall is tracking quite well. Obviously the lockdown in April deferred a number of renewal projects, such as I think stormwater up in the Western Heights area and a couple of others, but those projects are now back on track. And where we are seeing the underspend is predominantly and I think that's listed in the report, but predominantly in a couple of places around the timing of the museum project, the Performing Arts Centre, the lakefront, and the completion of the Waka Forest. And overall, those are the projects that combine for the majority of the underspend, and we've made allowance for that, as you recall, in the draft annual plan with regards to where we expect those projects to pick up into the future years. And this is just a little bit of a snapshot of our internal report. So what we actually do internally is we have what we call our procurement planner. And so we, at the start of the year, we sit down and we look at how we plan to do our capital works program, when we're going to do it, when we're going to go to tender, when it's likely to be awarded, when it's likely to be started, and we build a bit of a profile. And then every month that's updated as we see projects sometimes shift. Tenders may take a little bit longer, or there may be tags in it to be as resolved. And what we see, and really the highlight is the column at the end, the little speckled column around June. That is the program of works we thought we would take place in June, and as you can see, it's shifted quite significantly up to about 30 million. And that's a result of those big projects that are, I'm not saying deferred, if you know what I mean by, they're not being deferred, but they've got lag with regards to their process around the museum, the lakefront and Shimpak. and we'll see falling into next year. And so we do therefore now see that we won't obviously anticipate doing that amount of work in June, but we do expect therefore to be approximately 30 million underspent in our capital works program, predominantly as a result of those big projects. And as you're aware, we already made allowance for the majority of that into the next year's annual plan. And so just how it is made up. And so obviously with that reduction in capital works and the timing of it, we also anticipate as a result having to hold less debt or borrow less as at the time. And what we're showing you here is effectively where our debt is being applied and how we've got to where we were. So we did start the year with regards to a $206.5 million worth of debt. And as you can see, as we work across, there are a number of large projects that will draw on debt to support themselves. The lakefront, completing Rotorua, the aquatic centre refurbishment, water supplies, our enterprise resource planning system, etc., etc. However, there are a number of projects like the lakefront, even finishing Rotorua and the museum in Shimpak that were scheduled to draw on significant amount of debt but haven't. And so therefore we do anticipate to be, as a result of that, about $20 million less in borrowings by the end of the year than we thought. And saying that, and I have to temper it, is that we also borrowed more in April than we planned. And that was in response to the lockdown. And so some of us that were working during the 2009 lockdown, we kind of saw a credit crunch. It was difficult to draw funds. The banks really got into a lot of difficulty and the government worked very hard. And we actually saw a little bit of that again around the COVID lockdown. We went asking for we felt it was more prudent to borrow and hold cash during that period of uncertainty. And when we approached our funders to try and get funds, we couldn't actually get all the funds that we needed. And in the end, central government and particularly Treasury had to kind of help out in the background to free up some liquidity for councils across New Zealand. But what we did do is, and you can see that in the bars from February to March, is we did draw an additional $20 million of debt, and we held that in cash during that time. And we financed it over like a 6-month period. And so as a result, we will therefore hold a little bit more debt than we anticipated by the end of the year, but that will be offset by increased cash holdings. And that really was a mitigation step with regards to the uncertainty during the end of March and early April with regards to the ability to access funds and what it would mean. And so we felt it was a prudent step to be cashed up and to have sufficient funds to support particularly our life essential services for a period of time while those markets resolve themselves. And interestingly, those markets resolve themselves by the end of that month. So overall, where we're forecast to be, while we're about 400,000 or 500,000 behind budget at the moment, we do expect that to get a little bit worse during the year, and in particular around the continuation of the fees and charges. Electricity, it's been resolved in next year's budgets. Staffing and infrastructure. But in particular, one of the overhanging things, as you'll see in the report, is the Energy Event Centre. So it did have a substantial amount of events scheduled at the end of the fiscal year. It's normally quite in winter that there has a number of events, and as you can imagine, the majority, all those events got cancelled. And so there is going to be a revenue shortfall, unfortunately, in that area, which we'll have to soak up. CapEx will be about 30 million less than planned, with the majority of that already accounted for in next year's annual plan. And the borrowings themselves will be less, and we anticipate having about 5 million cash on hand. So overall, we anticipate net borrowings for the year to be about $15 million, which will in effect be supporting about a $60 million capital works program. So about a quarter of that. So it's a pretty good outcome. With that, any questions?
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, well, thanks for that report. Much appreciated. I notice on page 15 the $42 million gap to full year budget is driven by a few key capital programs. They're the sources of this, what you described as what's going to turn out to be about a $30 million underspend. I wonder if there's been any exploration of that area to identify and bank some of these savings.
Council, they're not savings, they're timing issues with regards to the project. So as you can imagine, we're working through a tender process for the museum. and final design, so I can't imagine there's any savings in that could be banked. And so, and I think every single one of those projects is having timing issues, not as a result of cost savings that have been identified.
Thank you, Thomas. Were there any further questions? There appear to be none, but that was a very detailed report and presentation, so thank you very much, and thank you for being so agile over this time as well, and please pass our thanks on to your staff members too. Fellow team members. Okay, so we now move on to page 17, which is the operational report from January to May 2020. I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive this report. Moved by Mr. Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The first person I'd like to invite up today is our Group Manager for the Operations Group, Jocelyn Mikaire. Or unless it's very brief and you just want to speak from there. So it is a lengthy report and we will take it as read mostly, but Jocelyn, was there any further questions or points that you wanted to highlight within that? So for our elected members, we're on page 18 in the Operations Group.
Kia ora tātou. Actually, I don't have anything additional to add because it was quite a large report. So rather than tracking through and picking out bits, I thought perhaps we could just go and I can answer any questions if there were any.
Excellent. We have a question from Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Madam President, Chair. On page 20, there's a brief reference to SNAs. And it just says that they're expected to be received back by the end of May from the Commissioner and will be referred back to Council. Is there a plan to discuss those with the Rural Communities Board, who has a special interest in that particular activity?
Page 20, sorry. Yes. Yes, we will discuss them with you.
Thank you, and there is a Rural Community Board meeting coming up soon, so perhaps if there's anything specific, then staff would be able to talk to you then. So we move to Mr. Waru.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Ko tika taku kōrero. Hoi no, kia ora Jocelyn. E paku pātai noa ho. Bullet point 6 on the page 18. Just wondering, you're talking about the Lime scooters.
Mm.
Has that been in any way sort of offered to anyone local to take on? Because Lime's quite national.
I just wondered, Jocelyn, if you want to, you're more than welcome to answer, but it may be a question for Stavros as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Kare aha ki aho who answers the question. Ka pai. Because there's a real potential there to sort of, get a bit of employment for our own
at this
people.
point, the work with Lime Scooters has included them making a presentation and bringing forward, I think we had it in one of the earlier meetings, and we haven't made any decisions. Stavros, did you want to add anything?
No, quite correct. At the end of the day, too, there were some high-level proposals, but haven't received the proposal yet.
Mm.
Okay, that's good. So the opportunity to perhaps do a JV with them is there. Ka pai.
Councillor Bentley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with regard to the inner city patrols, I see on Thomas's breakdown, I think he implied that we had an increase in costs of the necessity of the patrols. Are we finding less requirement now that we've got most of these homeless people homed outside of the CBD?
We're noticing that while there are less people in the CBD, we have through the COVID period continued our monitoring via our CCTV as well as with the guys just keeping an eye on the city, and we haven't. It's been quiet out there, so we haven't had a lot of extra stuff to report on.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much. The plan change 2 regarding Pukehangi Heights, I noticed in the 4th paragraph, quote, there have been delays with stormwater modelling that's required prior to the hearing. This is not a new item, and I wondered if we're going to be appointing additional expertise to facilitate a rapid acceleration of stormwater modelling.
My understanding around the stormwater modelling is that it relates, Stavros might want to stay up here with me, it relates to our Bay of Plenty Regional Council and the work that they're doing to do the modelling. Stavros, would you?
Sorry, Councillor McPherson, as we discussed earlier, the master planning for stormwater is a significant activity we are undertaking at the moment. Obviously, we have to work both with our own expertise, external expertise, and the regional council's expertise. Our target at the moment is to have our master plan for stormwater in the western zone changing by July this year, because that will inform our application for zone change. So we are on track to achieve it.
Yes, I raised that because later in the agenda we have another item where it's proposed that we spend 4-point-something million to appoint additional, to contract additional people. This is under public excluded, of course, so I can't raise it now.
Councillor McPherson, you've treated dangerous waters there and even raising it, so we'll leave that there and you bring the question up in confidential, please. Good. Thank you. We go to Councillor Kaifong.
Yeah, just a question around the museum and the geothermal activity. Is that likely to create a significant risk in terms of cost, delay and the actual project being completed?
So we did have some geothermal activity identified underneath the museum during lockdown. We were able to work out that it was from a bore that needed to be capped, and we've got a new bore in place now. So we believe that that will be the end of the matter and shouldn't massively increase. It was a bore that would have needed to be replaced at some point anyway.
Thank you. Mr. Waru.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Sorry, I thought we were going page by page, but I'll just give you okupata katoa. I refer to page 19, I think it was, for consenting activity. So there's the electronic lodgement, processing and granting of consents. Was this not available pre-COVID?
We have had the intention to get that going. COVID has pushed us to get it up and running, and we were able to work with our IT people to get, it was having the amount of space required for some of the stuff that was being lodged, which we were able to work through and get going so that our staff could continue to work from home.
Kaupai, thank you very much. It's probably going to change a lot of the other processes we have in council at the moment too, so that's good. For the better. I refer to page 20, the district plan update, plan change number 2. So issues were raised relating to early engagement with iwi relating to RMA processes, and they were raised by Gina Mohi at the end of the last triennium. I'm not too sure, you might not have that answer, but I'm sure somebody does. So it was relating to plan change number 2. So I'm just wondering, have these been incorporated into the current processes?
I'll give our presenter the grace of that she actually
that's fine.
But I'm looking over at the executive staff, and we'll just note.
Maybe it's a question to our CEO, maybe.
Gina can speak to that.
We'll invite Gina Rangi to give some feedback on that.
Can you remind me what the title of Plan Change 2 is?
Pukehangi Heights.
Yes. So currently the Te Amorangi team are working with the planning group within council to assist with iwi engagement. There were, from memory, 3 iwi groups that submitted. So one was Ngāti Kiaro Ngāti Tuara, one was Te Kōmero o Te Utuhina, which is a Ngāti Whakaue environmental group, and the third, of course, is Te Aroa Lakes Trust. We're still in direct discussions with them, and so I don't want to go into the detail of that, but I can say that from my perspective, I think those discussions have been very constructive, and we've made considerable progress.
Ka pai, muna hoko ki kona pe, please. So another question on top of that was the update of the establishment of the work of the RMO Policy Committee. So Te Tatau had recommended a representative to this committee, and we haven't had any feedback yet, so I'm just following up.
I'll have to follow that through with our democracy manager after this, but we should have a formal response, and I apologise for the delay.
Ka pai, and te mau whakamutinga, thank you, I'll follow that up. So can you explain, or one of you, the recent announcements regarding legislative changes to the RMA, the fast tracking of resource consents? So how will Te Tatau or Te Arawa be involved if we don't have a representative on the RMA Policy Committee? Which I guess goes with that other question.
Yes, certainly. So I think there was at least one position that was still to be filled. So there was a technical question around eligibility that we needed to work through, and we were seeking legal advice on. So once that's resolved, we can make a decision on appointments.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Were there any other questions for the operations group? One more, Councillor Donaldson. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Jocelyn, just on page 28, the Aquatic Centre redevelopment, and the fully understand the issues with trust funding due to COVID and the loss of revenue to those trusts. Is there any update to what's in this report in terms of how much of a setback that is, and particularly the 50-metre pool redevelopment, and which is I guess a key asset that Rotorua has rather uniquely in the North Island?
I'll get Rob to help me with this one, but we have met about that, and there are a couple of funders that we had funding that we were looking to get money from, who have asked us to reapply. If they've closed their funds at this point and have asked us to reapply when they open. One's due to open later this month, and the other one will be coming in August.
Kia ora tātou, everybody, and through you, Madam Chair. We did receive funding from Grassroots Trust towards the pool, so that happened pre-COVID. And as Jocelyn said, a couple have been delayed. We've still had very positive discussions with one of those funders, you know, who do see that 50-metre pool is a regional asset, and so it certainly fits right within the criteria for funding that. So we're hopeful that we'll get that back on track. In terms of the whole program, it may affect us as we get a little further down. We need to consider just the scope. You know, the master plan had various jobs that we were going to be doing. We've got partway down the priority list, and we'll reconsider as we get on. But should that come through, then we'll be looking good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Maxwell, sorry I missed you there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is on page 27. Other projects there. We can see there's work going on here in the building renovations at the Civic Centre, the historic Tūrapa panels. I recall when Emily and her whānau did those, and they've been in our building for since it was all established. And it says it's been returned to the family. Do we envisage that coming back when the completion, or is there something different or new going to happen?
I don't know the answer to that one. What I'll do is we'll find out for you and let you know, I think.
Yeah, it's similar to these ones here.
Okay.
Yes, no, good question. Councillor McPherson?
Thank you, Chair. This is probably a question for Rob. It concerns the Westbrook Sports and Recreation Precinct, not now to be included in the LTP 2021-2031. My question is, does this free up council now to extend the golf club's lease?
The situation with Westbrook is that, we went through the early engagement process to understand some of the key stakeholders' concerns and values and things like that. And what that actually did is it's shown that there's a number of factors that we still need to do some more work on. We need to understand the position of the actual physical attributes of that area a little more in terms of sports fields. We need to do some ecological work around the values of the golf clubs and the ecology of that area in terms of trees and the interaction with the river. And we also need to understand a bit more about the open space perspective. So what we have done, rather than trying to rush that and get that work done leading into this LTP, we're going to spend a bit more time understanding some of those pictures and also both the pro and con discussions we got from various sports codes about the use of that area and the centralising of those facilities. So we need to do some more work there. I wouldn't see that necessarily proposing an extension of lease, excluding or defining what the use of that period is going to be, what the use of that land is going to be leading forward. So we haven't had anything that's pushed one way or the other. It's just more work that we need to do.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's just on the Westbrook Sports Precinct as well. I just heard you mention that there's a ecological test being done. Is it already been done or is it being done? And if so, when are we going to find out the results of it? And can it be made public to the councillors, please?
Yes, certainly. We intend to engage Wildlands to have a look at that area and understand more about what are sort of the ecological values of the area, because that was something that came up in the feedback, and so we need to do a bit more work in that, and once that report's done, we'll make that available.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for operations? Your Worship.
Just a short question. Councillor Charles Stewart's daughter's really interested in when we're doing the skate park and when does the work start, and which is lovely to see the work happening down there, but when does that begin?
The situation with the skate park is that we've done some preliminary ground testing work to understand what would be required for that site. The skate park was always going to be a partial council-funded, partial philanthropic or trust-funded project. With the COVID-19 and the stalls that have happened on those other funding options, we basically just need to reassess the position that we've got and the information that we have and understand how it's going to fit in. So certainly in terms of the annual plan process, we've just put a bit of a placeholder on that, and then we'll understand how those external funders want to participate back in the program. So I can't give you a specific time, but that's where that one's sitting at the moment.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jocelyn, and thank you, Rob, for helping to assist with some of those more technical questions around sports and recreation. We now move to Manahotu Māori. I invite Gina Rangi to come up to the table. Once again, we can take it as read, but if there's anything that you wanted to highlight in your report. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's nothing that I wanted to particularly raise. It is set out in my report, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We're on page 35 of our agenda. And just give elected members a minute to get there. And ask if there are
just to summarise my report, we've highlighted really the response of Te Arawa in supporting our community through lockdown levels 4, 3, 2 and hopefully 1. Although obviously the way we worked changed dramatically, for the Te Amorangi team we continued to work throughout the lockdown. Most of my team was working in the emergency response area, particularly around working and coordinating with Te Arawa groups, but also we continue to work on all the things we ordinarily do, supporting across council.
Thank you, Gina. Were there any questions? There appear to be none. Thank you very much. I now welcome JP Gaston to the table. We are on page 36 now, and I invite JP as a group manager to discuss the strategy group report. Again, that one's quite lengthy, so if there's anything that you wanted to highlight, otherwise we'll take it as read.
Morena, please just take it as read. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so we're from page 36 to 39. Any questions, Your Worship?
No, I'd just like to congratulate your division, JP, during COVID and the amount of work that your team did at home, which has been hugely beneficial to the district on the shovel-ready projects. And I just congratulate you. Very hard working conditions, but you didn't stop. And that's been recognised, and as has the partnership with us. But I think this has been the most challenging time, and councillors wouldn't realise how difficult it was to keep the momentum going and not drop the ball. So I congratulate you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask JP if you wanted to update us on housing. I notice on page 38 you're continuing to talk with Kāinga Ora on possibilities. I'm particularly concerned about the plans post-December for the homeless. Any news in that area?
I think we traversed this at the last meeting, councillors, and the key here was that Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the lead agency in ensuring the direct support for their accommodation and the support services that have been wrapped around. We took some comments back from that meeting and passed them on to Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, just to be aware about concerns in our community about that level of homelessness and what might happen post the current time. So it's with them, and they have been advised of the concerns that were raised last time.
Thank you. Councillor O'Kawate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, JP. I'm sure this is something that you can answer. During the lockdown period, when you were working from home, many of the team were working from home, and it just showed us that there's a different way that we can work these days. We don't necessarily have to be on site. And this was brought home to me the other week when I was in Auckland, where I go to an office up there, and there's 4 floors, and now the thought is, because of the way people now work, and they work from home, very efficient, productivity was up and everything else like that, they're going to probably reduce to 2 floors. Is there anything like that on the cards? Do you envisage anything through the changes that you've seen in a different way of operating from what was pre-COVID? Is there something like that perhaps being evaluated? Don't know. Just thought I might ask. Thank you.
Look, I can give a very quick answer, but it's actually quite a complex area. So there was a lot of surveys and national surveys, and we even did some own surveys of our own staff about how they found working remotely. That is with the organisational development team, the HR team, and I know those recommendations and discussions are coming back to the executive team to consider what next steps could be or should be considered from that. So yes, we are aware of those kind of people finding benefits from that kind of working, both in productivity and focus. But again, it's just also how we consider those against an effective working organisation. So it has been raised and it is being discussed.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to, on page 38 with the child equity pilot, I think I'd like to congratulate again for winning the local government award. It was really well done. But it was, I know this year, because of COVID-19, it's been delayed, to the other schools that have enrolled onto this program. Is that back up and running again now?
I think back up and running means that the conversations have started again. So obviously those schools had made commitments to participate. So it's not just about the support we can provide. Actually, the principals themselves and the schools there is a lot of work for them. So that's one of the commitments they've made to be involved. So I think we've given everyone the chance to get through this, the return to school, and now attention will swing back into saying, how do we now extend that program across that next tranche of schools? There's some added complexity that's come into it. So some of the funders, the philanthropics, are facing some pressures. And often some of the other funding sources, things like the gambling trusts as well, have seen a loss in revenue. So that is sort of rippling through that sort of community funding perspective. So again, it's one of these things about resetting, re-engaging, and just looking at those next steps with those schools.
And one more question regarding the summer students. I think it's a really amazing thing to see council employing local rangatahi and deployed in different areas for council. I think it gives them really unimaginable amount of experience. So I think it's a win-win situation for us and the students. One question I did have about that was, I know that we've been told that there are areas where a high percentage of staff are of retirement age. Is there specific targeting of like which areas the youth or students are directed to?
Yeah, Stavros is waving it to us from the engineering year. So without being too glib about the age of the engineers, there is a mix of things. So summer students are more general across the organisation, but there's also specific cadet roles that come through, and some of those have been focused in the past in that engineering area because it is a really important way of getting on-the-job experience and working towards a qualification. So I think those programs will continue to be really important to us, and I suppose with the amount of investment by government towards tertiary and on-the-job training going forward, I think we've got some more opportunities to look at whether that can be expanded.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Yates.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Awesome report here, JP, and thank you, Councillor Wang. You actually took my question, so it's already been answered. But on that note, I do want to acknowledge you and your team, especially for the child equity pilot. Really excited to see what that looks like for the new schools coming on board. So, nera te mihi.
Yes, I think we all agree with that. It's a project we all find very exciting and worthwhile. So, if there were no further questions? No, thank you very much, JP. We now welcome Stavros Michael to speak. We are now on page 39, and we have Stavros as the Group Manager speaking about Infrastructure Group. And I believe Stavros has a short PowerPoint. There we go. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will assume you'll take the report as read. I've got a couple of points I would like to make with regards to this presentation in front of you. One area that which I cannot talk in terms of my report at the moment, it's progress or anything in relation to our current resource consent application to the Environment Court. We do have 3 members of the group that are submitted to that application, and our legal advice is that we refrain to make any comment, to that respect in this, in this forum. If I could turn my attention into the presentation in front of you there too. And Madam Chair, can I ask, I beg your tolerance, I will be a little bit frank in my commentary for this presentation. And I think, because I think this is quite important to raise the alertness and awareness of elected members with regards to certain aspects of the COVID-19 lockdown period. At a personal level, I feel a little bit disappointed because over the last 8 weeks, like everyone else, we read news media and we read social media and we hear comments. And of course, we are not allowed to respond to those comments many times. However, this is the right forum to raise elected members' awareness of what the Council's actual responsibilities are and responsible responsibilities in terms of this lockdown. This council is a governance body of all the organisation, the elected members. You are our governance body. You do have significant statutory responsibilities to deliver certain functions under legislation, especially in a civil defence and emergency situation. Towards the late of March, a national state of civil defence and emergency has been declared by the government, and we had to follow through that. Those declarations of emergency requires us to have two key roles in that. One is to activate our emergency operations center. We have no option to that. And the emergency operations center basically is a coordination center. We provide intelligence and planning up to the region, from the region to the government, and the government, through the collation of that information, forms a picture at the national level of what's going on. We also have direct responsibility to deliver certain functions. In a declaration of emergency, there are about 10 key objectives that we need to pursue under the Act. One is, some of them are to preserve life, to minimize injury, to minimize damage to public and private property, to maintain law and order, to maintain actions that will reduce the possibility of escalation of the event. But fundamentally for us as a council is to provide lifeline services at as close to normal as level, even though it might be at a reduced capacity. And elected members, you are the governance body providing lifeline services: water, sewage, stormwater, transportation, waste management, and so on. You are responsible to maintain these services under the statutory requirements of the Civil Defence Act. We also require to provide and coordinate, mainly coordinate the provision of welfare services through a range of non-government organizations or government organizations to those affected parties by this escalation. I think it's also important to say that, during this period of 8 weeks, a large chunk of our organization continue to work diligently to deliver these lifeline services as required by the law. And I think in order to achieve that, we have to be cognizant of the fact that thankfully we had no physical damage. We did not have an earthquake or did not have a flood that damaged our physical assets. But our staff and our contractors had to comply with government direction to maintain social distancing and protect the health and safety, not only of their own employees, but the contactability of this disease, And therefore, we had to carefully navigate our way through ongoing works to ensure we provide these lifeline services. For 8 weeks, our staff and our contractors managed and structured split shifts to avoid contact with each other and provided on an ongoing basis key services. You look into, on the left-hand side, the waters and transports. This organization provided 2 billion litres of drinking water to the community who was locked at home during that 8-week period. And that 2 billion litres of water met all the quality standards required by legislation. The organization also provided about 1.2 billion litres of wastewater treatments, received, pumped, treated, and discharged in compliance with the resource consents. To be honest, I was not sleeping very easily during April. For the last 3 years, we are very lucky this year that for the last 3 years, April were the month of storms and floods. And I thought that's the last thing we need in April this year again too. We operate in reduced capacity, and thank God, whatever you perceive God to be, was kind to us and did not provide any flooding in situations to respond to. We provided also safe access to key fundamental services. So if you look, but these things did not happen by accident. You can look into the middle point there, which says that in order to make sure that our drinking water, or sewage water, or road access, and so on, somewhere in the region, on an average, about 240 interventions per week had to be achieved. That was to repair pumps, monitor telemetry, intervene and flush, block pipes, clear cesspits and so on to make sure that the safety of those, of those key lifelines was maintained at all levels. Also, our Civil Defence Centre obviously was activated because we were required to activate it. We utilized staff from areas like the libraries, like the strategy unit, like our other functions of the council were not involved in lifelines to make sure that we provided welfare services to a large number of people. About 3,000 pensioners were contacted personally on one-to-one basis, and they were asked what requirements may they have. Out of all that, about almost 600 requests were repeatedly complied with to provide them welfare assistance, not just once, but repeatedly to be done. Another lifeline service that goes many times unnoticed is the separation of waste we create, even though we are locked at home, and we put in our wheelie bins to be taken away. And you can see from here, some close to 84,000 waste-containing bins were lifted every week and taken away from the lockdown houses. That is an essential service we provide, and is not provided automatically. There are actions to be taken. So crews are safe, the waste is separated and is managed effectively. And even that time too, even though we are locked down, we still have about 25 illegal dumping per week. So it needs to be managed here too. So elected members, councillors, thank you. That's all I had to say. I think it's quite important in the context of our core responsibilities. And again, taking part in discussions about parking, reading social media, reading the comments from our fourth estate, who are not here at the moment, with regards to the actions of the council. It is quite important to recognize that you are the governance body of providing these lifeline services, and happy to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavros. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Stavros, thank you for your report. I just have a question and a bit of a comment on pages, bottom page 41, 42, going through, and 42, just on wastewater network renewals, water network renewals, stormwater upgrades and renewals. It's great to see that those assets are still being managed. We have this document on our desks today, which is out for public consultation, and and you've talked about media platforms and what's being put out there, and I just want clarification around some misinformation, perhaps, that is out there in the public realm. So great to see confirmation that we are still actively managing those assets while we're going through this consultation phase. But the question that's been raised, or the issue that's been raised, is that under Proposal 1, the Trilogy Consortia is based in Beijing, and I'm just wondering if you can, whether or not it's relevant. It's out there, and it's on a media channel. An article has been written. Could you comment on that, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think fundamentally, and I think I've made a number of presentations to the Council over the last few months with regards to the state of our infrastructure and the actions we need to take, and so on. And obviously, the wastewater management contract proposal, which is out of consultation at the moment, is just a tool to ensure that the strategies embraced or outlined in our infrastructure strategy are given effect in the most cost-effective way. The proposal to contract with a consortium would comprise a Trilogy, which is an Australian-based company. Yes, they've got a funder that sits in Hong Kong, but also the consortium comprises Fulton Hogan, which is a fully New Zealand company, and Stantec, which is also a mainly New Zealand company with shareholding in the United States, for example. Combined, they will form an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, with which we will contract, and there will be a New Zealand company, and we'll contract with them here. So we will have absolutely no relationship with any people sitting in Beijing or in Hong Kong or in Timbuktu. We will be working with a company that is based here and is forming a consortium to work with, and that relationship will be strictly government if the proposal goes ahead. with a comprehensive contract document that provides us all the risk assurances and the risk mitigation processes to deliver. Again, I emphasize to deliver the strategy that is embraced by our infrastructure strategy to maintain the stability, reliability and functionality of our network.
Thank you. Councillor Rokawate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stavros, when we went into lockdown 4, everything continued, absolutely. So, congratulations to you and everyone, because that was a first, obviously. We'd never seen anything like this before. And I'm sure there are learnings from the exercise. So, should it come again, and I suspect at some stage it will, have you got a template there of something that we could just swing into action within 48 hours, knowing everything's going to carry on as normal, should we have to go back into, heaven forbid, lockdown 4? Or indeed, if a pandemic comes again in 3 or 4 years' time. From the learnings, have we got something concrete now to go into the future with? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tite. The true and an honest answer is that in every situation, we learn something. I've been in emergency management one shape or another for over 30 years, okay? And I cannot honestly say that every plan was activated in perfect synchronization. It's always something that we learn, and it's always something that says, God, next time we'll do it better. Certainly, pandemic, I have not experienced a pandemic before. It was a first. We practiced, we trained, we planned for it, but doing it, it was a different situation right now. And yes, we've done self-audits and we identify shortcomings. We are actually now, as we're going to level 1, we're conducting a comprehensive review of our actions, and those will feed into our future undertakings. And the expectation I have and the hope I have is that we will be a notch better next time than we were this time. And we'll continue to do that.
Your Worship.
It's a bit further to that. Yesterday we had a CDM Zoom, Civil Defence and Emergency Management, and there's going to be a meeting later in June where TLAs are going to be given the opportunity to put forward recommendations about what worked, lessons learned. But I want to congratulate you. The first thing that I did when I came back, when the level changed, was meet the welfare team and the customer service team. And I don't think councillors would have a clue about the volume of calls that they responded to. They went out of their way to phone people, those that were deemed vulnerable, including myself, which I didn't like very much, but it was lovely to get a call. And then they went and did shopping for people. They met every need of every customer that contacted that service centre. And I think that was a remarkable effort, and they went way beyond the call of their duty. And they were very, very proud of that. I was very moved to hear that, along with the Te Arawa response, that I think was phenomenal. And we've got some great lessons to show at a regional CDM meeting about our partnership, the way Te Arawa responded and the way it segued in with our customer service response. I think it was phenomenal that business as usual continued, and I'm sorry that you lost a bit of sleep. I was also waiting for an emergency that might be declared that would bring us in, and thank goodness the weather was kind. But can you pass on to your staff? And there's also been some requests for how we can acknowledge those that did well when the time is right. Not now, because we're not out of the woods yet. But there is a way of perhaps having a morning tea or an afternoon tea to acknowledge those that went way beyond the call of duty. I did think it was rather sad that there was some commentary that people in council cars were buzzing around. They were actually responding to the welfare centre. They were actually responding to old people that had run out of food, and they went and did shopping for them, and they still phone them every week to see if they're all right. And that's the values and the kindness that builds a resilient community. So thank you for that response. I was very proud yesterday to say we'd love to give some lessons learned and where CDM could change in any future, whatever will hit, and it certainly will hit. So we've done it the Rotorua way again, and it's a lesson for the rest of, the wider region has got some different lessons, but I'm sure that the manual will change. But well done to your team, and Jeff, to those, that I couldn't believe it. Actually, it was very emotional to hear what they responded to. And that was the sort of touch of human kindness that you needed to hear when you came out of that peculiar situation. But it was lovely. So well done. And we didn't have that disaster.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, followed by Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. I'd just first like to respond to a comment made earlier and then ask a question. The first question is about Trility. Anybody who cares to Google Trility will find that they are based here and in Australia, but they are indeed owned by, I think it's called the Beijing Water Company. And of course that means the Beijing Water Company would be essentially controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. This is not a xenophobic comment, it is simply a matter of fact.
Sorry, we have a point
Now
of
my
order.
question.
Point of order. I think that political statement is really rather uncalled for. Our infrastructure manager has actually clarified it for us, and I'm happy with the answer.
That is correct. We have had it answered, brought up as a question and then answered. Was there a further question?
I've got a question concerning footpath rehabilitation. On page 39, we begin the capital programs, and I get a lot of inquiries from people, particularly those in wheelchairs and so on, asking about when their footpath is going to be rehabilitated. So I wondered if you could give me an update on the state of play to do with footpath rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. We've got about 550 kilometres of footpaths. Those kilometres renewed on average are about 2% per year, which is about 50 now. So 1 in 50 years' time. We were lucky this year that from this current financial year, NZTA started subsidising that, those footpath renewals. Until the last year, they were not subsidising that. We think that a 2% renewal of the footpath is quite, adequate for the structural integrity of these footpaths. However, remember also too that we have constructed about 33 kilometres of sheer ways, sideways over the last 2 years too, so that added, to our network. Also, we do have an LTP program, process coming up in the next few months. And obviously that's an opportunity, when our infrastructure strategy is presented to say, well, we want to accelerate that, the footpath program. Well, it's an LTP consideration. With the funding we've got at the moment, our average renew is about 2%. If elected members have a desire to accelerate it, then the LTP is the right process, to put it into the process.
Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Steris, my question's on page 43, and it relates to the active transport modes report. Great to see the demand from seniors for the cycle education program, and that sort of fits with, I think one of the outcomes of COVID is that cycle manufacturers around the world just cannot keep up with demand for bikes right now for some reason. But it was just in relation to the Skyway projects. Could you remind me what is the funding assistance rate from NZTA for those cycleway upgrades and extensions? Thank you.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor, you remember the current development of the Skyway network was about 30 kilometres. It was funded at the rate of 2/3 by the government, NZTA and the cycling framework, and 1/3 by us. Going forward from next financial year, the funding from NZTA is about 55% for that. So 45% is a local share, 55% is funded by NZTA.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. before my question that Stavros too, I support the comments that the Mayor has said about the wonderful work the staff have been doing over these very challenging times. I just want to add a bit more to that. While we were all stuck in our bubbles, or level 4 and 3, and staying put, stay inside, sometimes the only people we did see were our waste recycling rubbish collection people coming in and collecting things. Very friendly, very, I reckon, tremendous. So could you pass on that to them as well? They've done us a service in our community. My question is on page 39. The question I want to ask, it says, a capital business case for Nongata has been agreed to be funded by NZTAs. So we've got, I think you did tell us some time ago that we have got the approval and the agreement for it. Just is there any kind of rough timeline that we hope to?
Councillor Maxwell, I'm having a presentation to you about the Nogotaha village after this, and that will cover that too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Waru.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just before we start, can you clarify from which page to what page we are?
We are currently
going
from page 36 to 39, infrastructure group.
Oh, just because I want to, I don't know if that's right, to jump to 47?
Well, if there's no further questions, we're about to move into there. Were there any further questions for the infrastructure group? There appear to be none.
That's a good way of moving it on. Kia ora.
Yes, we'll move on. Thank you, Stavros. Now invite Thomas Colley to come up. We are on page 46 now, and Thomas will speak as the Group Manager of Business Support Group.
Madam Chair, can I just perhaps suggest that perhaps Mr. Waru doesn't realise that they're segmented out in the report from under the various GMs. This one's now Business Support Group, and
yes, it's sort of hard to follow sometimes with the.
You might not be aware of that.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, no, and I do. The earlier meetings that we've had as operations monitoring, I had gone page through page before, just as we had many new elected members, so that we could get the grips of it and get a hang of it, and because the operations are very wide and vast. So, but now we will just take them as they're structured into their business groups. So, Thomas, if you'd like to speak or highlight any particular areas in your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've only just got 2 items that aren't in the report that I just wanted to briefly talk about, and then happy to have any questions. I think the first one is just an update on the building refit. So many of you do walk past the construction area, and obviously some of you may not be familiar with the journey that we've been on. So in the 2015 LTP, we did agree, or council agreed, to do a refurbishment of the building. It was a staged refurbishment whereby the infrastructure team moved to the sports dome, and then we played musical chairs around our building to ensure that there were no extra costs to our community while we did this. We are in the home stretch, and while the COVID period has delayed us, we anticipate by the end of the year to be almost completed, with the exception of the 2 committee rooms and the cafeteria. But just, unfortunately, I have to address it. It's something that Stavros mentioned around the media. 2 weeks ago, I did get asked with regards to the cost of the refurbishment, and I responded and said that the current phase is $1.7 million for this whole floor, which houses about 100 staff, includes IT, governance, strategy, communications, HR, public meeting rooms such as Governance 1, 2 and 3, which you all use, as well as the exec area and the mayoral office. Unfortunately, the paper decided to misquote me and failed to mention all those other items, other than to make it seem like we were spending $1.7 million on the exec area and mayoral office. Yes. I wanted to clarify that surely is not the case. And I think, unfortunately, the media decided they were after a headline, which they got, but which was just not factually correct. And I just wanted to correct that, because I would be amazed as to how I could even spend $1.7 million on a mural office. It would be outstanding, but I think, yeah. So it is, therefore, the whole floor. and I'll just leave it at that. So that's the brick bat and the correction. The other one, and unfortunately Richard Bird has left, but we did receive an award, and I was going to invite him up so he could talk to it. But as an organisation, we've been obviously trying to modernise and become more efficient and effective. And last 12 months, we've moved, or a bit longer, we moved away from paper-based job applications where people apply for us, emailing in your CV, to a more online process whereby people can keep track. All communication applications were done online. And it's a product called PeopleStream. And I didn't bring the award with me because I didn't think we'd have enough time to show it, but we did achieve an award with regards to, I think, the best for the year with regards to the moving and updating of that system and how well we did it with regards to the cultural change and also the ease it makes for the community to apply for jobs here. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you very much for clarifying. It's important that that's noted as the correct version of what you said. So, Mr. Wari, we'll start with you.
Page 47. Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's just a mihi. Found the report's really informative and comprehensive, and nice to see actually that the kaumātua flats, the pensioner flats, have been upgraded. That's awesome. But my question actually goes to page 50, which is about the Ngongotaha village. Thomas, I don't know, maybe, through you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's in the confidential, I think, and not part of my report.
Yeah, sorry, that's a separate staff report on page 50, the Ngongotaha. So we'll move to that after.
Yeah, staff report.
After.
Okay.
Not my area,
Next
sorry.
item. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, I think the 1.7 million investment, IT themselves justified that. The way they've brought us through COVID lockdown kept us operating, and this report, I think the fact that it was largely prepared by staff working remotely is testament to the job they've done. So great to see that their area is finally getting refurbished. But my question was just regarding the pensioner flats. Do we have any sense of the wait lists for access to those flats currently?
Yeah, I believe there's about, last time I asked the question, it was around 50. I think there's a challenge in some of them with regards to some of the applicants require other social services that we can't provide, so we're in discussions with obviously other government organisations to support them. We do have 20 vacant at the moment, and you'd say therefore, well, go fill those 20 if you've got 50 waiting. The issue is as with the refurbishment. So we refurbish and then we move, and so we are keeping of those new 11 ones. We are taking clientele from older ones and moving them into the new. We're also taking a couple of people off the waiting list, but we do have to keep a number vacant during this period because of the refurbishment, so we can move people around. I think the pleasing thing is, and you would have seen in the photos, the significant improvement. We have had some of our pensioners having great reluctance in wanting to move. As you can imagine, it is their home, they don't want to move. And so the staff have been taking them on tours of the new ones, and as soon as they see that, they're quite happy to move. But some of them are, though, and what we're doing is we're going to move them out and then move them back, because some of them do actually like the location and have friends in those areas. So that's that balancing act that we're currently doing.
Thank you. Good to hear.
Were there any further questions? There appear to be none. Thank you, Thomas. Now, the next recommendation will be probably take a bit of time. So my suggestion is that now we break for lunch. Because we can't have lunch on site, I'll just look at the elected members. Would you like 45 minutes or 1 hour?
Oh, no, not
45? Yeah, okay, we'll take a 45-minute break, but I'll just get the Chief Executive to make some summary comments before we break.
Just through the chair, look, I think it's probably, I just wanted to take the opportunity. You've seen a little bit of a theme unfolded through the different reports today, and I just really want to join it together. You heard during the shutdown period that a recovery strategy was actually stood up, and you were actually part of that. JP and his strategy team have worked hard to make sure that as of today we have got a credible and building recovery strategy being put into place. You also heard Stavros and the team stood up civil defence operations, a welfare centre, as well as provided essential lifeline services. You can see in this report, and it hasn't been touched on, that our contact centre also reached out and provided essential support to the Ministry of Social Development. What I would actually say is that the operation of this organisation in response to COVID-19, in my view, has been exceptional. And what we've asked our staff to do is, under difficult personal circumstances, in many cases, respond to our community in ways that I find absolutely outstanding. So I'd just like to really reinforce back to you the value that this organisation has created. I'd like to look back to Thomas's report, his financial report. What you've also seen is an organisation that's been consciously managing its costs. And so we haven't got large variances on our budget lines. In fact, we've continued to manage the organisation professionally and effectively. I think this is everything that a governance entity such as yourselves would want us to provide and how you'd want us to respond at these times. I am disappointed, though, that many parties at times take the opportunity to be critical of this organisation. And I think today what you've seen and what you've had highlighted to you is the immense value that this organisation creates in our community on a daily basis, and it's done on the basis of a group of staff who work extremely hard to actually add value back into our community in many, many different ways. The report, the annual plan that's in front of you, has got a key theme in it. It's got continuation of that value, but it's also got it at a reduced cost. That's the concern that I've got, and I want to just pick up on Councillor Rokawa Tate's comment. How do we ensure that we can continue to respond to these sort of situations? I think that's a very, very insightful question. And the one answer is that we can't stop investing in resilience of our infrastructure, and the resilience of this organisation and the staff in it. To me, that's an essential focus area for our annual plan, and really look forward to the next discussions on that. So thank you, Chair, for allowing me to make comment.
Yes, and I think, and it's quite appropriate that you, Jeff, as the Chief Executive, sum up our staff reports after the situation that we've just been through. So I'd actually like to propose a vote of thanks to staff for their work and commitment. Work and contribution, I think, would be appropriate over the lockdown period. Can I have a seconder? Councillor McPherson, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you very much. Now we will conclude for a short break. We'll return at 1:15, if that's okay for elected members. So for those live streaming, we will be back at 1:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody, and thank you for bearing with us as we all found ourselves some lunch, but at least we're supporting local businesses. So welcome back to Operations and Monitoring. We are on page 50 where we will resume our meeting, and we have the Ngongotaha Village Traffic Safety and General Place-Based Improvements on page 50, which will be presented by Stavros. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion? Moved Councillor Donaldson, seconded Her Worship. All those in favour to receive, that the report Ngongotaha Village Traffic Safety and General Place-Based Improvements be received. All those in favour please say aye. Against? Carried. And I'll invite Stavros Michael to overview the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm conscious of the time of the day and the long day you had in front of you, so I'll go fairly expediently through these presentations, but as usual, obviously, more than happy to respond to any questions you may have for that. The Ngongotaha Village, it's an area where for some time right now, the local community has expressed significant concerns about the environmental safety and the perceptions of safety arising from the fact that a State Highway 36 goes through the village, and of course with increasing traffic. And you know, over the last few years, traffic coming into the city from the north in the morning forms large queues. Heavy trucks load goes to the village too. And of course, Ngongotaha has got a number of unique characteristics that we need to take into account. So the purpose of this report basically is to tell you, look, we have been working with internally, especially during the COVID-19 lockdown, to fine-tune some options for consultation in order to address some of the historical issues. And obviously the recommendation through this report is to say, look, these are the options. Are you comfortable for us to go through a public consultation, community consultation in that area with a view of arriving at a final recommendation to report back to you? Especially in light of two key factors. One is that you are engaging into an LTP consideration in the near future. The second factor is that NZTA right now is involved into improvements to the State Highway 5, including the Ngongotaha roundabout, which I will show you some pictures, as we have it at the moment. And then from there on we will set up a process to give effect to the recommended option. The other unique characteristic for Ngongotaha is that it is a locality plan. It's part and parcel of a special plan to grow in that area, and the local community anticipating, that growth, they said, well, we already got a traffic problem, a safety problem. If we're going to have an increased number of people in that area, is that going to exacerbate it? So it's important for us proactively to address these issues before we actually migrate towards a locality plan. And you can see from here that we've got a significant number of vehicles going through it, and about almost 4% of that comprises heavy traffic. We have done some internal workshops and desktop analysis and analyzed the data, and we have arrived at the three options. Option one is a low-cost set of improvements. Option two, moderate, and option three is what we think is a desirable level of service for a life cycle horizon of the next 20-25 years. But at the end of the day, it's subject to community consultation. So, option one, basically, if you can say, visualize here, is that the Ngongotaha village, and when you go through that, the heart of that, center there, it's becoming increasingly difficult for people to navigate from the west to the east side. There's some retirement villages there. There's a dementia place. There are increasing numbers of people with disabilities. And navigating through that busy state highway is becoming increasingly difficult for both a safety perspective, but also the perception of safety there too. So option one basically anticipates improvements into the entry points from the north and to the south, and also some improvements in the intersection of whole roads where it intersects with State Highway 36. Option two is a bit more comprehensive. It creates raised platforms and thresholds and speed limit reductions into the study area or the village center. Of course, that carries a high price tag with that, in terms of our estimates. But again, the overall objective here is to make sure that the environment is safer and more presentable. And option 3, it's a longer life expectation. Remember the improvements made in the Nongotaha village, that they are active right now. They were implemented, I understand, in the early 2000s. So it's about 20 years ago since the council did something tangible, in that area. But the context of that area is changing, and this area basically, this option basically creates that threshold under the study area as a slightly raised platform. So if you drive through that, you actually get a feeling and a sense that you are entering into a village center. The treatment, the proposed interventions, speed limits, crossing points, lighting, maneuvering into key intersections becoming more managed to make sure that the safety is enhanced. So the recommendation for us at the moment to say is that we develop these 3 options. It's time to go for community consultation, get the local communities' feedback into that with a view coming back to you with some significant and more worked up recommendation for you to consider into your LTP. And also, having a recommendation, the final option, will help us start negotiating with NZTA, because my expectation is that NZTA should pay the lion's share of whatever improvement is going to do there. This is a state highway. This is a state highway, it goes through the heart of a small community, and they need to bear the majority of the costs there too. But I need to understand what option the community recommend before we go to that. Having said that, as Councillor Maxwell asked earlier, just if you remember a couple of months ago, NZTA and the government have announced that funding has been approved for improvements to the Nongotaha roundabout and safety improvements for the stretch of the State Highway 5 that goes towards Hamilton, or about 10 kilometers west of the Nongotaha roundabout. We, over the last few days, have been discussing with NZTA, and they finalized, the key objectives in the roundabout. I'll come back to there. It is, and at the moment, it's into that. That's what you see here. There's a lot of engineering surveying taking place and so on. But the general concept will be finalized into specific technical design by July, with a view of starting work in September this year. The cost estimate for this roundabout changes will be in the region of $3.5 to $5 million, and the other $10-11 million will be dedicated to the west, of the corridor all the way to Mamaku. What they propose to do, because of the limitations of space, is to shift the epicenter of the roundabout slightly to the west to create some space capacity on the east side, to create 2 lanes coming from the north towards Rotorua. So traffic coming from the north towards Rotorua will not have to stop at the roundabout and impede it. And that's what's causing the congestion and the delays at the roundabout. To start that work, first of all, they need to see that yellow cross lines and the yellow border lines there. They will push the left turn heading west into available road reserve to gain an extra lane. So traffic turning left to go to Hamilton direction or west will have more space to navigate through there. And bring the media in that direction and allow space to move the center of the roundabout to the west too. And finally, I think it will look something like that, where the roundabout is more to the west, is not fine-tuned yet there. But you see the key point here is that coming from the north towards Rotorua, you will have 2 lanes coming in, and you will not have to stop at the roundabout, and therefore the traffic will flow a lot more smoother. Coming from the west to go through to Nongotaha, again, there will be 2 lanes turning left, and that will allow smooth, it's like a free left turning towards Nongotaha, and it will ease the congestion from the west. Now, if I can go, maybe I can go back in here too. The stages that are anticipated to be followed at the moment, it will be initial stage somewhere in the region of 10 weeks or so to do this, the yellow shade area. from September onwards. And then once they completed that, then we'll do work on the north part of the roundabout, which estimate to last about 8 weeks. As any major project of this nature would create some initial I suppose, impacts on the normal traffic. What we discussed with the NZTA, it is whether during the construction phase, traffic coming from the west, from Hamilton, wanting to go to Tauranga, can use the western road as a bypass of the roundabout to allow them some more free space here to work on the, on that extension of the roundabout on this side. If you're going to follow that, obviously you have to do some extensive consultation and communication with the local community, and we will do some safety improvements on Western Road to make sure that this doesn't cause any inadvertent effects. So I think it's good news, because if we combine the improvements into the village with the improvements on that node here too, it's, as I said, it'll solve a significant chunk of traffic-related problems to the northern, west, northwestern corridor. And I think that's good news for us. And time-wise, if work start around September, we should be completed by the end of January, hopefully. And by that stage, we will know what we want to do with Nogodaha village too, and we embed it into our next, into the next 12 months construction period.
Thank you, Stavros. Any questions? We have Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Stavros. This is fascinating. Two suggestions that regularly come up, you might care to comment on. One with regard to the slip road arrangements at this area here. Is it going to be at all possible to have a way of allowing traffic flows in the morning to come out unimpeded from Nongataha village? I drove down back road to Tauranga a while ago, and in the morning I found the backup of traffic went from this roundabout to the Awaho turn-off. Huge numbers of people. Right, so a way of getting rid of all that traffic would be one suggestion. The second suggestion is, this could have been ruled out historically. What about the possibility of a bypass for Nongataha village? It goes from the railway crossing right down to the Lake Road in Rotorua, going down the old railway line.
Yep. With regards to the key objective here is traffic coming from here to continue to go unimpeded straight through. What we have at the moment is that traffic coming from the north gets obstructed by turning traffic. And so having two lanes there, it means that you can have a smoother flow of traffic coming south. The bypass option is something we discussed with NZTA, and it's a longer term plan. And of course, is the locality plan for Nogodaha, and our special plan is given effect that will increase the business case rationale for a bypass, because you really want to avoid that congestion point in the central city, in the central village. It's all part and parcel of the plan. We're working on them at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Her Worship.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I think that's absolutely right. It looks too small. It looks rather underwhelming to me, because I've been saying that while we're doing Tina Road and the eastern corridor, we needed at the same time to start planning the western corridor and thinking of light rail linked to Auckland one day with the GPS, thinking of especially the spatial plan and the housing plan, our locality plans. Is this just a really short-term measure? I mean, we'll take anything, Stavros, but I think it's missing the bigger western highway and diversion and, all those options. We've had to nibble away at Tina Road. That's driven us all nuts. I don't want to nibble away at this road.
Your Worship, you're of course right. However, we need to continue to work to gain maximum improvements where we can at the moment. Also remember that from here down to Fairy Springs, it's only 2 kilometers. That is not 4-laned. Improving that node here, then we start putting pressure on 4-laning all the way there. And as Councillor McPherson said, well, having done that and seeing spatial and locality improvements in the Nogodaha, then we start looking about a bypass around that Nogodaha village. So, if money was not an issue, obviously, the ideal solution is to do all these things in one go. But, obviously a staged approach that incrementally and securely improves a known problem, it's preferable than nothing at this point in time.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thanks for bringing this through, Stavros. I had, just on that roundabout, I had some questions around whether that can all be carried out in the existing corridor, the road corridor, and doesn't require the acquisition of any adjacent land, which I believe is majority Ngāti Whakaui owned. The other suggestion of Councillor McPherson regarding the rail corridor, I believe that is under a treaty claim, so any change of use of that won't happen in my lifetime, I don't think, going forward. But my key question is and it was brought out at the last meeting of the Regional Transport Committee, is there's a request from mayors at that forum that anything that needs to be added or incorporated in the upcoming regional transport plan, and I don't know if all of these improvements will need to be fully funded in a council's LTP before they're brought through. That was the sentiment expressed by some of the mayors there. They just didn't want it to be a big wish list. It had to be a firm commitment by councils that their part of anything going into the regional transport need to be funded in our LTPs. So your thoughts on all of that and the timing of this going into the next regional transport plan?
Stavros, put your mic on, please.
If this, sorry, my apologies. Is whether this fits into the existing corridor, in the existing designation, the answer is yes. The reason of shifting the central roundabout to the west, you see that line, that line there is the boundary, and forget that sort of screwed line there too. We will make it straight up, when finalize the design, and also it's a possibility of constructing a public transport dedicated lane on the outside of that too. This land there is still in the designation. You don't need to buy land from anyone, or no, NZTA doesn't need to do that, so it's fully funded there too. And again, as I said earlier, one of the reasons we want to progress with the village consultation right now is that by September this year, we need to put it into the TIO, the NZTA, National Land Transport Program. And we already got it in the CIP programs, so it's part and parcel of that work. But again, if we manage to negotiate strongly with NZTA as to what is the portion of the funding for the Ngātaha village, then we know what our local share is going to be, and embedded into our LTP programs happening. We couldn't start in October this year anyway, so we're aligned with that.
Well, there appear to be no further questions. Excellent. Well, I'll read the motions and then we'll put that to the vote. So that the committee recommends to council to direct staff to prepare and initiate engagement with the public on the 3 high-level concepts. And point 3, that officers bring back to council the results of the public feedback with a recommendation on the preferred option or options. I have a mover, moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Mrs. Rothwell. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? And that is carried. Now, I believe we still have you at the table, Stavros, so we move to page 61, where we have rural school, road safety review, and option to extend to all schools. So, first of all, we need to receive the report. So I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive this motion. Moved Councillor Gates, seconded by Mr. Hurd. So that's just for it to be received. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And if you'd like to overview this report now, thank you, Stavros.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, elected members will remember that last year one of the rural schools, Rifakatu, made a presentation to us that led to a comprehensive investigation and assessment of school safety environments conditions in about 17 rural schools. We have been working together with the Ministry of Education, school principals, the police, and ZTA, our own staff, and now have a good picture of what needs to happen around each one of these schools. Reports with all the detailing proposed interventions or desired interventions will go to the Rural Community Board on the 15th to discuss in more detail. That report, at the presentation, the relative priority is defined by evidence of risk. It's a risk-based approach. We then put into our TIO, the NZTA funded approval for September this year. It doesn't mean we will not be doing anything until we do that. Obviously, there are some small amount of funding we can start implementing in some of the rural schools. And I think the question is going to be how fast we can implement it, how much money we want to put into that. But we won't know that until we actually get a commitment from the NZTA and both as a state highway owner and the funding authority to fund that. Also, the Ministry of Education need to go through an appropriation process because some of the improvement works require the Ministry of Education funding to improve around their schools in terms of how they manage the flow of kids. And the other element of this report is basically to say, look, this process of the last few months have been quite useful, and we also want to stretch it out into the urban schools too, because similar concerns arise from urban schools. And we intend to, with your approval, we will continue to talk to school principals, teachers, Ministry of Education, police, and our own staff to develop an ongoing improvement program for all our schools, both rural and urban. So really just to tell you that we got to this stage at the moment. We know what needs to happen. We will talk to the Rural Community Board. We will identify with the Community Board whether the priorities meet also their agreement and their support. And then we start getting, implementing whatever we can within our available funds. But also we need to secure the funding from other partners to make sure we have a long-term sustainable program or continuous improvements in that area.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Kawate.
Thank you. The survey that was done by the children from, Ruravakaito School, that's right, yes. And that was a great survey. They collected their own data, etc., and presented it here. Council, as most of you will remember. But I thought the idea was that they were looking particularly more at the rural schools, because there's some schools here, I think they were, and I'm just a bit concerned because there's 17 schools. Well, I was just looking here at, rural is rural, but I just thought they were talking about more of those ones where traffic is zooming past the whole time. I just wonder if that covers that here. I might be wrong, but that was my concern, is that it's got a true reflection of what the original intent behind it was. I don't know. Do you think so?
Yes, absolutely. The rural schools, especially those schools that bordered by state highways with open speed limits, these are the highest priorities. And the priorities we defined, that's what I'm saying, we'll be talking to the Rural Community Board on the 15th to make sure that precisely what you just said, should we give, are we all happy to give priority to these schools? And then we start implementing that program. But also we need to make sure that that program is embedded into the NZTA's long-term funding approach for the next 3 years. So we really want to maximize the funding assistance we get from NZTA for that, for this improvement works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stavros, the one out at Whangarino was, which is at the moment is a 70k area, and I see there's notices in the paper for it to be reduced even further. And I used to travel that road at least twice a day, and I never saw a kid on the road. They had such good bus pull-off areas, both up at the top of the school and at the base of the school, and there was always plenty of room. Are we not just going a little bit overboard with regulations here?
every school has got its own, every school environment has got its own characteristics, and probably you're quite right in what you said for the particular area too. In some areas, it's going to be small improvements. In some areas, it's going to be more threshold treatments with just telling people this is a school area, slow down. In some areas, we will be instigating variable speed signs. As I think the Her Worship asked me the other day, because we had a confirmation from the NZTA for some of our State Highway 3033, where they will propose to move from 80 kilometers to 60 kilometers, which is welcome. But some schools during drop-off and pick-up time might be variable speed signs that require the speed limit to be reduced down lower for a short period of time. Again, remember that the assessment of risk has been done on an evidence-based, and that's why we defined our priorities. And I didn't want to bring to you, because there are spreadsheets and spreadsheets of priorities at the moment, and I didn't really want to bring it here to you today because it will take a long time to go on a location by location. All we're saying is that we go to the Rural Community Board to define the priorities and the interventions, but also we want to continue to work in the urban side. It doesn't mean we will give the urban side any more preference or rural. Rural will be a priority, but we need to continue on the same principle, working collaboratively both with the Ministry of Education, the police, and the TA, and so on, to make sure we get the best outcome.
Thank you. Her Worship?
I'm glad we broadened the scope out to include other rural schools. I think that was a good process. I just want those children to get some feedback, because they were incredibly proud of, and I think if NZTA went in and as well, were they impressed with what the children came up with?
NZTA?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they were. But NZTA also follow a process of risk elimination too. And I think to some degree the connection of a national agency with a local community, it's of a different qualitative level than local authorities.
But it was a wonderful educational opportunity for actually every rural school to learn how these things happen around them, with them. Surely you'll look after it.
Yes, just to emphasize that our teams actually visited and spoke to all the 17 schools, and students. So we've got a very good awareness of what's happening in every one of those schools at the moment.
Thank you. I'll open it up for discussion if anybody wants to make any comments to it. But I did also have a question, and I think it may be what Councillor Rokawa Tate was trying to pick up on. Is it was just a little confusing. When it first came to us, it was quite clearly just a few rural schools that had asked for it, which the council at the time seemed very supportive of. And I just have a question on whether those would still be able to proceed with support of the Rural Community Board, as opposed to having to wait or take a backbench now that we're extending to all schools. And just if I could get some reassurance around that, because I think it is quite a concern for us in terms of sometimes these things take a long time. And while I do appreciate and understand the detail given in the report that the staff have talked to all 17 schools and it would be much more efficient in future to take them as a whole, we kind of had a solution given to us from these young students, and I don't want them around that, please.
Madam Chair, you're absolutely right. Those schools have been identified, in the rural areas that are priority. We will be commencing work, as soon as we can with it. Any work in the urban side will be feed into a longer-term program for us, but the priorities are the high priority schools in the rural areas, and that's why we want to agree with the Rural Community Board what are these rural school priorities. We've got some evidence gathered for that, and the Rural Community Board will say, yeah, we're happy with that, or we want to modify it slightly.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wearing my Rural Community Board hat. The Rural Community Board, as everyone knows, it's already been discussed, was facilitated the origination of this discussion with the Rere Whakairu group early last year, which resulted in that presentation, I think, in May last year to Council. And the Rural Board has some quite firm views about this, and they hinge around child safety. We've got 17 schools out there as per page 64. We've got vehicles going past us at an average speed of up to 108 kilometres an hour in one extreme case. It's sort of 79 to 94 across most of the rest, which is pretty fast when your child's getting on and off a bus. And the rule for passing a bus parked on the side of the road, I think, is 25k. So it's quite different. And we have some genuine concerns about child safety. And we were at the stage of working with the rural schools to fast track the urgent cases as quickly as we could to get remedial measures in place, and we were prepared and had planned and allocated pretty much all of our devolved funding toward that end, because it was considered the number one issue for the rural community by the board last year. However, it's understandably got caught up in this wider issue of other schools, and we understand that and respect it. But we feel that if there's a 2 or 3 year delay while this goes into a wider review process, gets put into the next 3-year plan, that could be too late for somebody, and we don't want that to happen. So we feel very strongly about it. Our position is that any delay for the urgent ones is simply not tenable. We can see the sense of doing the bigger thing and getting the government funding. We appreciate that, understand it, and happy to work with it. But we also lose our devolved funding every 30th of June, so we're about to lose this lot that was meant to go to these schools, and if we do it again next year, we'll lose it again. So it's a use it or lose it policy with devolved funding, and we'd like to proceed with the schools that we consider to have really imminent urgent problems as quickly as possible. So with that in mind, if it's okay if I move the next resolution with an amendment, Madam Chair, the next recommendation 2, and add a recommendation 3.
Yes, you can add.
Is that okay?
Yes, you're able to add a.
So I'm happy to move resolution 2 on the board. What we'd like to add resolution 3 to the effect that the Rural Community Board be given dispensation to fast track safety solutions for rural schools using its devolved funding where it is deemed a serious safety issue requiring faster resolution. So we'd like to move that.
I don't like the word dispensation.
Thank you, Mr. Ed. We'll just send our democracy team to come and collect, if you've got it written down or if you can quickly write it down, come and collect that so that they can put that up on the screen for us to consider. I think we would just get a seconder. Councillor Wang? Okay, so it's seconded by Councillor Wang, so we can open that up for discussion or questions or comments now if you want to comment on what's proposed.
I just need a bit of clarification around why do you need dispensation? Why did you use that word?
Good question. I guess we feel that the Rural Community Board is there to help the council, and the council ultimately makes the decisions.
Yep.
We can only make recommendations. That's our recommendation.
Seeks to. Rural Community Board seeks to.
Yeah, seeks to, yeah.
We'll give Hilda a moment to type that up. Yes, Councillor Wang.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Bryce, for putting in this amendment as well. So I fully support and I've seconded this motion. I agree. The lives of all of these school children matter, but there are some schools that are in very high risk areas. After I put a post on this on social media, I had 3 parents contact me about safety issues at the rural schools. Some of them had heavy fog in relation to being in a 100 kilometre per hour zone, and they just don't feel safe with their children. Starting school or finishing school, hopping onto a bus. in heavy fog in a 100 kilometre per hour area. And as you can see with the stats, not all cars are adhering to the speed limit. There are a few that are up to 20 kilometres per hour over the speed limit. And I just don't think that it's appropriate that we further push back the safety towards the lives of these kids.
Well, thank you, Councillor Wang, and thank you both to you, Mr. Hurd and Councillor Wang, for bringing that strong rural voice to the table, as you representing Councillor, as the council represents the Rural Community Board. I wonder if anyone else would like to make some comments. Mrs. Rothwell?
I'd just like to say that the Lakes Community Board have got a few schools, some schools in the 17 mentioned, and we fully support the Rural Community Board with certainly what Bryce has already said. We really feel that it was the rural community, the rural schools that the original review was focused on, and that these should be attended to first.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just a question to Stavros, because sometimes it's not funding that gets in the way, it's process that gets in the way, and I think of fog around Aotearoa School on a 100-kilometre stretch of state highway. How quickly can any process around a speed limit change be implemented realistically?
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I mean, that were my thoughts too. I think there are two branches to the question. Obviously, I can hear the concern, but I think the notion that this council can step onto the state highway and make changes to speed limits unilaterally is just simply not correct. It's inaccurate. We need to go through the speed setting regulations. And that is why it's very important for us to navigate the priorities with NZTA, both in their regulatory capacity and their funding capacity, to make sure we don't actually sort of trip on ourselves to do the process. The other consideration, of course, as you said, is that the question is that where do we give the priorities? And the priorities have to be given to rural schools. The only thing that I am, I suppose, a little bit firm about is that those priorities need to be backed by evidence. And we've got a technical team that evaluates evidence, on the base of specifications and standards. And those evidence need to stack up with the priorities we come up with. Otherwise, we will not have the funding agreement or the regulatory agreement by the appropriate authorities to make them happen. So we need to manage all these sort of things in a way that is synchronized and it's consistent with with standards and specifications.
Councillor Yates.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stavros, for this. The point I just wanted to make, it's a comment, it's not a question. It's around the 4 schools that are situated on the state highway. The majority of those schools, you've actually got 3 kura, even though Whangamarino is still a state school. High population Māori, well, they're actually up to 100% Māori students. So from where I sit, from an equity point of view, lives matter, and especially our Māori rural children matter, because many of them, although some might catch the bus, many of them walk to school still. So kia ora for that.
Thank you, and thank you for those insights, Councillor Yates. Her Worship.
I'm just a bit worried about the Resolution 3, the wording. I understand the intent that the Rural Board wishes to be part of the process setting priorities, so that voice is given the evidence. But that's not what you're asking for there. You're actually looking at asking the Rural Board to come up with the safety solutions, and that's not the role of the Rural Board. So I get the intent. It's really, and I can see Stavros gets it too, but that's not what you're asking for. So I think it's that the Rural Board be part of the setting of priorities, or be included in setting the priorities for our rural schools.
I'll let Mr. Hurd have a right of reply to that, but I did think in dispensation, as in meaning an exception of a rule or a usual process, I did think that I heard because the 13th of June is when the devolved funding stops, but the meeting isn't until the 15th of June. So that was what I heard, but I'll let you reply, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Your Worship, in response to your comments, that was a hastily thrown together wording to try and get the fast tracking of urgent safety issues separated out from the critical mass of the review and done ahead of it. And as far as the wording is concerned, you said the word seek before, I think, which is exactly or much more exactly aligned to what we're asking to do. We understand that the council doesn't have authority to make speed limits on public roads, state highways, and nor does the community board. So it's a practical solution we're looking for, and us being a part of it, together with the schools that we're working with, and having a say in which ones are urgent and which ones we should be fast tracking through within ZTEA. Thank you.
Councillor Okawa-Tate and then Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we certainly know that the wheels where NZTA are concerned turn slowly. They really do there. And while we might get it here, and Stavron might get it, the children won't. The children who presented and did the work for us, they won't get it. Some of them will probably have left primary school, hopefully with life and limb still intact, and moved on to intermediate or secondary school or wherever. But there has to be an opportunity for their voice to be heard as well. And just to say, well, we'll park it up and we'll look at you in light of everybody else, the other 17, I don't think it's good enough. And I'd like to think that, and I do support you, Bryce, there has to be an opportunity to fast track, particularly those areas where there is a serious safety issue. And the young children from Rotorua Whakaito were concerned enough to actually do their homework, and that has then allowed all the other schools to actually, come into the group as well. So, as I say, while we might all get it, the children won't get it, and I feel that's quite sad. They've done part of the work of shaming us and NZTA to get our A into G.
Thank you, Councillor Okawa-Tate, and I apologise, we've got staff just trying to organise for the wording of this up here. Councillor Donaldson.
And that's where I was hoping to assist the mover and seconder for part 3, Madam Chair, and I just think, based on Stavros's earlier reply, where it is deemed an evidence-based, where it is deemed there is an evidence-based serious safety issue requiring a solution, because the work has been done for the likes of Rotorua Whakaito, and they'd like to get on with that using their funding. So I think if those evidence-based words are added into it, I think we may well be have got there.
I'll just ask the Chief Executive to make a reply from the staff perspective.
If I can just, through the Chair, just speak to a modification of 3. Just reflecting on it, I think it is a decision of the Rural Board to apply its funding, not a decision of Council. So the Rural Board does not actually have to seek permission of Council to apply its funding. If you wanted to have a resolution here, then I think this is almost for noting that the Rural Community Board, if it is feasible, and I think that's a question that has to go back to staff, whether or not that it is funding, just the application of funding can fast track some of this work. So hence the word, if it is feasible, fast track safety solutions for rural schools using its devolved funding. And it is up to actually the Rural Board to determine how that funding should be applied and where the funding should be applied. I don't think you need decision-making criteria from Council to assist with that. That's a matter that the Rural Board can quite simply make decisions on.
So you've pretty much just made it simpler. and they can do what they want. I'll ask I'll ask perhaps from a democracy perspective if Una could just comment on that, and then I see there's just a few more comments.
Well, I was just going to say and ask the mover if he was then happy with that change, but it's gone, and then that would need to be seconded by Councillor Wang as well.
Thank you. Just looking at it and thinking about it, I guess the key thing about this is that council's happy for the rural board to do this, and is not going to insist on wrapping all schools, rural schools, in with the long-term review and holding off with that until the 3-year plan comes out. That's the issue for us. So if council's happy with that, and if that's what the wording says, it doesn't say it explicitly, but if that's what it's meant to say, okay, I'd like it a little bit more explicit if we could have, please.
So if I can comment on that, I think therefore what you can insert in front of the word that, effectively that council is noting that the rural board. So it's keeping it as a rural board decision, effectively, and council by noting is effectively acknowledging that this is actually going to occur.
Yes, we've got... Wait, is it just to the changes, Your Worship? Yes, so I'll go to Councillor McPherson and then back to you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick clarification on the degree of devolved funding available to the Rural Community Board. How much is it? Is it adequate? Will it be adequate in the future? What sort of precedent does it create?
Thank you. I'll ask Una to answer that.
Through you, Madam Chair, under the current LTP, each community board, so that's the Lakes Community Board and the Rural Community Board, have a devolved funding amount of $125,000 a year for the course of the LTP. Of course, as it's been highlighted a number of times, we are about to go into an LTP review, and all funding will be reviewed as part of that process.
Your Worship.
Speaking to the intent, I'd like the Rural Board to note that we're all in favour of you setting the priorities, and we like to empower. That's why we've got community boards, a Lakes Community Board. You set your funding priorities and bring those recommendations to council. This I see as no different, but I like you working with Stavros and his team so that they're supported by evidence, and I think that's what I've heard in the debate today, so I'd fully support recommendation 2, 3 and 4.
Okay, well, if there's no further comments, I will read out point 2 and 3. So point 2 is that the committee recommends to council to extend this review process district-wide to inform the next NZTA funding application round 2021-2024. And point 3, council note that the Rural Community Board, if it is feasible, fast-track safety solutions for rural schools using its devolved funding. We already have that moved by Mr Hurd, Councillor seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? And that is carried. Thank you very much. So we move on to page 74, which is Stavros again, the Margarita Street Traffic Management and Road Safety Improvements and Engagement Methodology. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder that the motion that the report Margarita Street Traffic Management and Road Safety Improvements Engagement Methodology be received? Moved by Councillor Yates, seconded Her Worship. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Stavros, if you'd like to overview the report.
Chair, thank you very much. I think just to remind elected members that we've been asked by a segment of the residents in Margarita Street to review options for improving the actual and perceived level of safety in that street. I'll go through the presentation very quickly so elected members can get another picture of what's happening there. And we discussed it back in, I think, February. that will come back with some engagement methodology. There are some views by the residents, but obviously what's going to happen in that area will have an impact and effect on other people, and obviously we do have an obligation to ask the wider community how they feel. So I won't go through this. The background to that, the options ahead of us is to do nothing for consultation. The other option is to do traffic management interventions like chicanes or narrowing the road and so on, to allow continuous access, but at a level that will make it conducive to the users to be slower or close the road. And I think we've got some presentations here. You can see here that the area we're talking about, this is, Margarita Street, going all the way from Fenton Street to the west to Tinai Road to the east. But of course, as you can see there, to the east side is predominantly commercial and industrial, to the west side is a residential area. So we do have a legacy problem of planning which ensure we've got both residential and commercial and industrial side by side. For commercial traffic to arrive at the industrial and commercial segments, they use both entries and exits from Fenton and Tinai Road, and obviously that causes problems, or concerns for the residents, especially the settlement there with the red roofs is a retirement village. And, they believe that they've got some safety considerations and concerns with regards to the through traffic. Again, I will not repeat all the discussions we had earlier, but basically that is where we are with the situation. The options is to allow it to continue as it is. We already have taken some interventions in this area. In this area here. We've done some slow down signs, and we put areas down, signs here saying the same, slow down. So traffic moving in that corridor there already got signage, and we improve some road markings to make the road lanes appear narrower. The next option, of course, is to improve, it's what we call partial traffic management measures, which is it's the introduction of what we call chicanes. Basically makes it complex for a heavy vehicle to go through, like we've done in Sophia Street a few years back. That will not stop access, but will promote or encourage traffic to go slow. The problem with these chicanes or traffic humps or speed humps or so on, it's got a potential to introduce some vibration effects because the ground there is pumice. And if you have a heavy truck that slows down suddenly to avoid or navigate through chicanes, then obviously it's got a vibration propagation which may not be suitable to some people. The next option, of course, here is complete closure, which says commercial traffic from the east comes through in the commercial area to the east, and residential traffic goes into the western residential area with cul-de-sacs in the middle of the road, and creates a separation between the functions of the road there too. I don't really want to express any preference at this point in time, because I think you have asked us last time, look, go to the community, ask for opinions, and they come up to us with a recommendation. It is quite important, obviously, to demonstrate to the residents who signed a petition that they want to see something done, that they're doing it, but also do have a responsibility to ask the rest of the community what they feel and how it's going to be impacted onto them before we make a final recommendation to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavros, and I just remind people that this is only a decision on the engagement methodology, and then the feedback will be brought back to Council. Your Worship? I
congratulate you, Stavros, for getting to this point. I think it was about September last year. We met with the residents and the locals, and they were very interested, actively interested in their neighbourhood, and we said we'd do this, and here we are in June going out with this. And I think that is remarkable, actually, along with everything else you've been managing. They'll receive it well. I might not come with you when they have the discussion next time. It was one of the most interesting public consultation meetings that I had right through the election campaign, but it was active. They're dynamically interested in their backyard, and we did suggest that there are other residents and businesses that fed in along Margarita Street, so I'm pleased to see this. Because it's much wider than it was going to be. Well done.
Yes, and I agree. Were there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, because I know this is only asking about the methodology, but if we end up with a closure and all traffic to get to the business end of White Street either has to come on Tenai Road and has to turn left from coming from town, how does that work with the turning lane if it's banking up along Tenai? Is that a problem that's being considered?
Businesses will consider that it's going to be a significant imposition on them to do a bit of a, what do you call it, a round trip to get to the destination. So I don't think it's a traffic capacity issue, it's about effects on the people using that road.
Okay, and just one other question just around the stakeholders, because there was some suggestion that there will be the traffic flows via Sophia Street, and so are they considered to be stakeholders in terms of the engagement for this methodology?
Well, that would be, yes, it's a general public, and obviously the Sala Street, obviously they will have a say into it. Again, traffic-wise, volume-wise, considering Sala Street carries somewhere in the region, I think from memory, close to about 20,000 vehicles a day. I think the number of vehicles anticipated to go down there is not really a significant, threshold. But nevertheless, we have to ask these people.
Yeah, that was Sophia Street. You talked about Sala Street, but I think the methodology talked about Sophia Street.
So, yes, Sophia Street, of course.
Thank you. Councillor Rokawate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it seems like only a few months ago that the Margarita Street traffic management issue was first raised, and here we are within a very short time, looking at some going out and then looking at some options as a result of the public engagement. And it might be cynical of me, but I just wonder if some issues get pushed to the top of the pile ahead of others, because this hasn't been around for very long. And, there are other things that I've been thinking of, I won't mention them now, that we just don't actually, for some reason, they take time and they never get to the top of the pile. And so this is very noticeably something that's been addressed in a very short time. So, I mean, all credit to the fact that it's there on the table, but it does raise the issue for me, and it is around areas with traffic too that I'm referring to. Just wanted to put that on the table.
Well, look, with my Councillor Tal, with regards to Margarita Street, I've been here for 5 years now, and I've been aware of these issues since I came here for 5 years. So I don't know. I mean, I've seen records from earlier, especially when the resource consents were given for additional housing in the area. So I'm aware of this case for the last 5 years. So, but we addressed a number of other streets, in locations where they were perceived, traffic issues. So, I don't know. In my view, it doesn't seem to, yes, we met with the residents, signed a petition last year, but I think that was a accumulation of about at least 5 years of asking for it. Yeah.
Yes, and I'll get the Chief Executive to comment as well, but I do think it was the report that came just a few months ago, that it has been an ongoing risk and it is a safety risk. So I'm guessing that's why it's been prioritised, but I'll let the Chief Executive comment.
Look, through the Chair, I think Councillor Okawate's correct in saying that we respond to many perceived safety risks, and some of those proceed more quickly than others, and I think that is actually the reality. I think it's worthwhile recalling, though, this one is not only one that has actually been there for some time, but has also been the subject of a quite high-profile tragedy. So it's not just a perceived issue, it became a very real issue. when there was a very tragic accident on this piece of road.
We'll move to Councillor Yates.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Severus, mine was actually picking up on Councillor Kaifong's comment about the traffic flow, and my head was more in the space of either traffic coming from T Street onto Tingai or banking up on the Pack and Save corner, which it does quite frequently, and we do see that. That obviously will all be part of that traffic flow congestion challenge. And I do see that being an issue. Have you got some more further comment just to add to that?
I think we've done some traffic modelling which highlighted if the closure, midpoint closure takes place, where the traffic will disperse. Traffic modelling, though, is just an estimate on habits of people. It does not actually reflect decision-making by individuals. So I think if we move that direction, obviously we have to monitor the actual effects and take action. So that, I mean, at the moment, I've got people in Devon Street, for example. They want us to close Devon Street for heavy trucks. But of course, Devon Street, it's a main collector road. And if you stop heavy trucks going on Devon Street, the question is where will they go after that? And those are kind of challenges are always going to be there. I don't think there's a black and white answer to that, but you're quite right. We need to make to our best estimates, assessments as to if we take action A, what are the likely consequences, and then monitor these consequences, whether our prediction was right or not. I'm not entirely sure that we can always get it right because it's individual choices.
Thank you. Was there any discussion on this topic? Yes, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the list of stakeholders there to be consulted with for feedback on page 81, I'm just wondering whether we could add the farming community to that, because there's about 6 or 8 businesses along that section of Margarita Street there on the Tenai end of it, half of which, 4 of them are large farming servicing centres. Refer to Wrightson's, RD1, Farmlands and the White Shop on the corner. That means that farmers attending their core providers in the city would either have to come in around Sala Street from the south or across the Malfoy squiggle onto T Street, across to Tanakai at the other end, which is quite a dislocation for us. So I'd recommend they be added as a consultancy group as a minimum.
I'll take that as noted, yes. Any other further comments? There appear to be none, so I will read out the motions that we have, which is point 2, that the committee recommends to Council to approve the proposed engagement methodology with the general public on the potential options for road safety improvements on Margarita Street, including the possible closure of Margarita Street as a through road. And point 3, that the committee recommends to Council that the results of the public engagement and community feedback are brought back to Council for consideration prior to any implementation of a recommended option. May I have a mover? Move to worship, seconded by Councillor Bentley. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Well, thank you very much. We'll just take a quick 5-minute break. Sorry, I'll ask to go into public excluded, and then we'll take a real quick break so that you can refresh yourselves. So I have a resolution to go into public excluded. I'll advise that there are 3 items for consideration in this public excluded session, which are 1, a tender approval for Kaharoa Reservoir construction. Number 2, a tender approval for professional services for capital projects Transport 2020-2025. And 3, a tender approval for streetlight maintenance and renewals 2020 to 2030. Now, the reasons they are going into public excluded are because of commercial sensitivity and also to enable commercial or industrial negotiations. I ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion that Council move into public excluded session. Moved Mrs. Bray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. We'll take a quick few-minute break before we come back.